Oh, it's so silent because I turned the menu on first. Good morning, everybody. Volume is good. I did remember to change the volume from when we came back to do Varka's story. So yeah, we'll be finishing out Varka's story today. I do apologize for cutting that short where I did, but I was so tired. Um, whatever, like, I don't know if it was a cold or something. I know the acid reflux had a part in it. But like once I neutralized that, like I could feel the congestion and stuff like that. So I slept for like 3 hours or something like that after ending stream. You know, we had leftovers for dinner, so it wasn't like strenuous on making food or anything. And then at around 8:30, I was like, man, I'm super tired. And Forrest's like, well, you did have a rough night, so why don't you go to bed, hon? So I went to bed and I woke up at 11 o'clock. So I was like, okay, well, I'm up for a little bit. I watched one of the I almost said speed run, the randomizer for Chrono Trigger, from the one dude I've been watching, and one art video, which put me at around 2:30, maybe before that. And I was like, no, I'm actually feeling tired. I'm gonna go to bed. So the good news is the acid reflux only triggered the once when I went to bed the second time, and I think a big part of it is just that it's getting dry in here. So like, I have like no saliva. It's just I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, it's just getting so dry up in here. And whereas the easy answer would be to try to get like a mini humidifier or something, the last time I had a humidifier, I don't know, maybe it had to do with the fact that it was close to the wall, like really close to it. But it actually did cause like mold to appear on the wall because it just all the heat and moisture of it. So we would have to be extremely careful if we got another humidifier. But you know, I might have to look into that. It's just gotten so dry since moving up to the third floor. Sip my coffee. But other news than that, Forrest is continuing the Klee quest. He is determined. There is a lot that the free to play account can do outside of exploration in Nodcry. And even then, it does have quite a bit of exploration in Nodcry. Because, you know, I wasn't playing it after a while. So there's still quite a bit that can be done there. And as I mentioned, Natland probably has a lot to do as well, because I got annoyed in certain areas when trying to get stuff. And that even equated to my main, right? So, and as you can see by the title, I have decided to go for C2 Flins. Yes, my Flins is already C1. How hard we'll go on that, I'm not really sure. I did get my battle pass this morning. I actually did purchase the more expensive one. Oh, well, here's a question. I don't. Oh, this is saddies. I'm gonna have to. Uh, well, I guess I could see who I can level right now, or who I was leveling. Because we were just worried about getting people to 80 for right now. Actually, you know what? Charlotte. You know what? We're gonna go Charlotte. We're gonna grab the conchs. Because I hate farming them. But I did get the more expensive battle pass because I wanted the statue of Klee. Have all of Zubai's, and I believe I have all for Columbina too. $20, $22. I have 0 in Moonlight, but like I said, I think I have enough to... Oh, wait. Well... Yes. Did I miscount for Columbina? Because I'm pretty sure it says she was missing. Own 6, craftable 16. So I must have a bunch of the little books, like the smaller starting ones. My brain no good. Durin got double crowned. So both Columbina and Zabai, I believe, are waiting for their boss drop. Because I'm farming them anyway. So, yes, that's not the button. Correct. I do have enough for that. So you are 9-9, my guy. So I'm not going to worry about crown. A lot of the time, I'm not going to worry about crowning 4 stars. So for right now, Alua is fine. Yehoda is 9-9. Some of my oldie 4 stars are crowned. Dahlia would be the only one, but I don't think he needs his skill crown, just his burst. Xingqiu earned his crowns. Okay, Roran. Roran has everything. He just needs Ascension. And the same with Order. Okay. It looks like Chevy might get it because we want her burst leveled. We don't talk about the Traveler because the Traveler is a greedy little bitch and wants everything. Shan Yun probably is the same way. Like, she needs Guides to Gold, though. I do know that. Excuse me. All right. I'm going to say probably Chev. She's at 8-8. She's at 6-6. A little Chi-Chi. Prosperity. Okay. Mona's 8-8 Luke. Let's be real. As much as I love his skin and I like him as a character, in terms of Imaginarium Theater, I probably would take Gameng over Diluc. You're 6-6 then, I believe. You take like prosperity too, right? Diligence. But we do have enough of diligence to... Well, it would help if I looked at the actual thing, right? Okay, that's fine. Yanson's 8-8. Kirara and Barbara's at 6, but that's okay. Gaming's stuff got leveled. Here's Yanfei. I got her to straight 6. Then, of course, we got Faruzan and Yao Yao. And nothing for Charlotte. And if there's ever a character I wouldn't mind, it's Charlotte. So let's up these up so we don't need the browns anymore. Love you too, game. Alright. And we have 18 of Justice. Alright, we'll grab Justice. We'll grab some stuff for Charlotte. Because eventually I'll come back to doing stuff for the theater. And Charlotte definitely is one I would like to be able to use in the theater. Because she's a really good healer. Alright, that works for me. So I guess we're just grabbing stuff for Charlotte. That's fine. Justice. That's fine. But yeah, the reason I grabbed the battle pass was because of the Clee statue. Like, I'm not passing that up. That's too funny not to have. See, there it is. Jumbo Sparks and Splash statue. And I want to point out too, this is also my first time ever buying the advanced battle pass. Okay, I'm going to go do my expeditions.
Add astra.
All right, expedition's done. We're gonna check. Oh, we have Traveler's Tales. So let's do those first. Oh, Alua. You go see Aino.
So the wires go here, then there, then here, and then... Ta-da! All done! See? Super easy peasy, right?
Why on earth am I here at this class? Where's Flint's? We agreed to come together.
You jackass!
Right. I understand. I've gotten written down. All of it.
Writing it down won't do any good. Last time you said you had it memorized, but today you showed up and forgot everything again. Enough. Confiscate his notebook. You're writing it down from memory now.
I get what she's saying, but it's kind of funny to hear.
What? Wait, let me take one more look.
You have taken multiple looks, but every look is directed somewhere different. I presume that you are attempting to find methods to evade the lesson. Such efforts are futile. All such methods have been rendered ineffective.
But I haven't even said anything.
Your eyes indicate your intent clearly, Mr. Itlua. For instance, you placed a partially finished crumb-cake in our workshop stove ahead of time. I hypothesized that your plan was to secretly take it out during the practical class to draw Aino's attention. However, I have already removed that crumb-cake. It can be reheated for consumption after class.
How on earth did you find out?
Mr. Flins has already executed this method once.
What? Flint's told me he hid his crumb-cake in the cabinet. How come he hid it in the stove, too?
Also, you were carrying a bag of crushed small fish, Mr. Itlua. I believe that was an attempt to lure stray cats along the roadside as you walked.
A bag of crushed small fish in his pocket. I don't care if it was in a bag. Ew.
You would put the bag under your feet, the kittens would gather around you. Afterwards, you would pick one up and exclaim, "Huh! What a cute kitten!"
It is a cute kitten. Also, we're taking this as a picture. Kitty, can you face me? You kind of can. Yeah. That is a cute picture.
Upon which Aino's attention would be drawn accordingly. Unfortunately, Mr. Flint's has also tried this method before.
Oh, I want a picture of Flynn's with the cat.
Impossible. All small animals are afraid of Flint's. They wouldn't dare to get close to him. How in the world?
While he did not lure the small animals here himself, he taught this method to Aino. Subsequently, Aino utilized this method to play with the small animals for an entire afternoon. The lesson for that day had to be canceled. This time, however, I have already fed all the small animals present in the area. Therefore, this method will also be ineffective.
I don't know about that enough. The more food, they could always come back and be hungry. Because they know where to expect food. So I don't know if there's a method to your madness
What
there.
do you mean you fed all the animals around here? Even the deer and birds?
Affirmative. In order to preserve the learning environment, I have already fed all the small animals located within the vicinity. Every individual has been attended to. As such, please start writing down the circuit diagram we just covered.
Hey, hon, how you doing?
I. I. Ah, Mr. Itlua. I apologize for intruding upon your studies.
Oh, Flynn's.
Greetings to you all. Miss Aino, Miss Anefa, Miss Traveler, Paimon.
I love how Paimon doesn't get a miss.
He's here! The truant is here!
It is with great regret that I find myself unable to attend your enlightening lectures. However, a matter of absolute urgency necessitates both my own departure and Mr. Itlua's temporary withdrawal from this gathering.
The same non-negotiable reason has again been invoked. A matter of absolute urgency by order of headquarters.
Such is life, full of non-negotiable frustrations. Indeed, that is why we term them so. For they have a frustrating habit of arriving at the most inopportune of moments, catching us quite off guard. Now, young master, let us be on our way. Mr. Flint's, none of those tricks you mentioned earlier worked. I'm very sorry to hear that. I'll make sure to share some new ones with you next time.
Yes, but they've already only worked once, so they're not gonna work for him.
Just a pity that after what just happened, another one of my best ones is now off the table for the foreseeable future.
I love Flynn so much.
Well, guess we're done. Can I eat krumgake now, Inefa?
All right, the lecture has concluded, so I'll go heat up the krumkake. Please give me a moment, Aino.
Yay! Krumgake, krumgake, krumgake!
Ah, fun times. All right, we got another one? Aw, that was the only one we got today. Saddies. All right, let me go see if this is up. I think it'll be up in about like 10 minutes or so. All I
My
remember was
apologies.
doing F2P
This
very
heavy rain must
quickly
be quite an inconvenience for
and then switching over here. So yeah, it's not up quite yet, but we'll grab the rocks. Missed my rock. Okay. And yes, I do know I can do the Natlan route, but I like my Fontaine route. All right. Let me. I'm going to assume I still need. Yeah, I'm only at 200. I have 3,000 of these though, so it's not that bad. And 5,000 Mora. Mora is still going to always be the thing. Thankfully, this patch is because I'm not going for Varka. Like, I don't need these kind of resources, and I can just restock them. And the same goes for the second half. So it would really depend on who's upcoming. Because, like, I would really like Lowen. But that, again, that's going to depend on the rumor mill stating that potentially going to standard banner. Which, sadly, as much as I like the look of him and everything, as I like his clothing, he does kind of look like a standard banner character. I ain't gonna lie. Hell, he even looks like a 4-star. So, I don't know what to say about that. So, I don't really want to be like, well, I'll just go and grab some, like, cryo stuff. Because I'm going to need cryo for Charlotte anyway. So it's definitely ley line dependent, I think. So, um, all right, let's think about this objectively. I'm definitely going to need heroes, wits, and Mora. I need more Mora than anything else, really. But we do have an event starting tomorrow. Is that when the first part of the what's wrong with this episode kind of thing is happening? Yes, this is starting tomorrow, so we'll be able to get some heroics from this. Um, so what I'm thinking is not even like getting stuff ready for the theater still, because I'm going to need a lot more resources to really do that. It's honestly the artifact XP. Despite I missed a couple days on the route, and you can tell. But I literally have like none. And I kind of also want to be able to get my sanctifying elixir. So I'm going to need more artifacts. So maybe what I do is farm some artifacts and do some exchanging as well. All right, let me check my builds here. Skirk, you okay, girly? You know, it's really weird that she doesn't move, but Paimon does. I don't think I ever realized how weird that is because they're usually not facing the camera. Huh. Anyway. All right. Okay, Skirk's crit rate could be a little bit better. She doesn't need any energy recharge. You know what? Let me go into Wonderland here. I never tested Skirk on her own merit because I typically just run newbie Skirk. And honestly, hold up, wait a minute. Level 2? Hell yeah. Wait, did I miss something? Star token. Wait, I could have sworn it told me I had this when I unlocked when I bought my battle pass. Rude. Anyway, I'm sorry. Oh, for Skirk's team, I need to change Furina. So, Zubai, I need to take your sword. And it's your sands. We need the ER sands. Yeah. Okay, so I know this is going to mean Escoffier's energy is a little bit off, which it's honestly a little bit off even when Furina's on Fav. So I might have to exchange for some like golden troop or something. Oh, shoot. He's going to be on the
Alright,
R1,
let's
so this
go,
is going to
go,
be a little
go.
scuffed. That's going to be a little bit scuffed. I
Ready to
forgot to put
spice
him on the
things up.
R5.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Okay, let's take a walk.
Yeah, it would still start with Purina.
Let the world come alive! At first, the flavor. May the Archon protect you. Bishop.
Power.
Oh, wow.
Yoo-hoo! Off to the freezer. Thus saith the end. Time to shine. Goose on the loose.
Mine to wield.
Okay, I think I saw about 140 in there. Okay. So it's about 140k DPS. Alright. That's not too bad. Ba 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 ba. Bwah, 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 bwah. Oh, look at that schoolgirl outfit. That's actually really cute. Okay, let me, like I said, I don't think it's gonna make a big difference. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Controller, hello? Where's Dahlia? There he is. Okay, let me give him, because I don't think his crit rate's high enough is the thing. Where the frick is a bite? There she is. No. Okay. No, he actually has enough to crit. So
Ooh.
no, you are not munching in my ear, boy. Okay. So, like I said, I think I saw 140 for total DPS.
Let the world come alive! The pinnacle of excellence! A dash of west wind, carry me! Surge! Ja! Ja! Ha! 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 Ta! Ha! Ha! Shower me with... May the Archon protect you! Let's... Off to the freezer! Let my name echo in song! At first, the flavor! Ja! 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 Ha! Ja! 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 Ha! Ha! Ha!
Okay. Okay. So that did help a little bit, actually, putting Dahlia on the R5. So with Skirk's team, Purina needs to be on the DPS build effectively. So with the Shiori weapon and the ER Sands, and then Dahlia needs the R5 Fav. Um, excuse me. Well, I guess I could just go and do the daily routine with the dummy every day. Cause why not, right? There we go. So let's take a look at the build here. It's mostly Skirk. Is it really just your headpiece? Yeah, it makes sense that I would have you on crit damage because your weapon is crit rate. And the only character I have, period, that is a crit rate weapon with a crit rate circlet is Arlecchino. Because none of her pieces got crit rate on it. This isn't the best. I'm assuming cryo damage would be better than attack. Although she wants some attack. Like, this is a decent piece, but the other substats are kind of useless. Although, other than flat attack, I don't know what you would put on that. Like, this is fine. That's perfect. The only thing missing is some attack. Oh, we can't trade in for Skirk shit, can we? Damn. So I would have to farm Skirk's set to get stuff for her. Let me see, Escoffier. She is 188, 189-ish on ER. I honestly think it's saying, like, from what the interwebs are saying, I have enough, but it always feels like she's just slightly off. And she's on an attack stance. I don't want to put her on ER. She's on an attack stance, right? No, she is on ER. Then why do you feel so like you're just slightly off? Okay, you could use a better attack cup. Do I have a better attack cup? This is just crit rate, crit damage. Why does Lanyan have this? Okay. Well, I mean, this is technically enough of us. Oh god, Flint. Flynn's needs a better attack cup. Because even the one I made for him isn't terrific. Okay, we got one here that has some ER in it. I would lose quite a bit of crit rate and crit damage. But I'm gonna flip to this for a sec. This puts us now at 200. Your crit rate is kind of shit. Did you just make noises? What the frick was that? You have a crit damage headpiece. Is it because I don't have a crit rate one that's not on official? have an attack one. That's pretty good. But okay, so she needs an on-set headpiece because I don't think I have an attack. Yeah, I don't have an attack goblet on set. Huh. Oh, this is the toughie. So I need a crit rate circlet. And officials isn't terrific, but I don't really want to take it off official either. However, I'm going to... You lose your energy recharge. So what I would do is it would... Bong. Okay, so... I know I can trade in for Golden Troop. So the question is, do I farm for Skirk or do I farm for Flins? Honestly, it's probably Flins. But... Because he needs technically a better circlet, though I will say I can reshape this once I get more feathers. So that's not a whole issue. But his goblet, like... Okay, it's Wonderland that's doing that. It was the mannequin. I was like, what the fuck was that? It's making questionable noises. Okay, what is your stats ones? You're at 92. Over 225. So he actually... Okay, let's farm Flynn's. And we'll trade in for Golden Troop to try to fix Escoffier. Maybe a little of Fiorina. Fiorina pretty much is alright. But we can do better for Flynn's, especially since I'm going to be vertically investing. So we'll do that. And then at some point when I'm happy with Flynn's, this will also help out Zabai. Because even though Zabai has some decent artifacts, where'd she go? I don't know why she's the first one here. Like, her artifacts are decent. Oh, good lord, game. But she's at 98 over 145. Oh, of course you're at 145. You don't have your weapon. 233. So I think she could go a little bit higher. So there's a maybe that she can get something better. A slight maybe. All right, let's fix Fiorina. Fiorina, you can take your fav. And we put you back on HP Sands. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. On the map, on the map. Go to... I will check Fontaine again. And we'll double check the artifacts. And if they're not up, we'll go farm, and then we'll come back and do the route. It's up. Okay. 43. So it's about 9:30 when I switched. When I switched the accounts. Maybe we'll do some pulling on Flintz's banner today. I did, because again, it only took 10 pulls. I'm still flabbergasted about that. Only because it's happened twice. It's not... If I had a nickel, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not much, but it's weird that it happened twice. So I guess in terms of vertical investment for my main account, it's gonna be Flynn's and Arlecchino. And I don't think Flint's is going to. Well, I say that, but there is a chance that Flint's could rerun another time before the end of Notcry, but I seriously doubt it. I'm kind of surprised that he's rerun so soon. Ta-da! But I really like Flynn's. He was the like I know I said like when we watched the special program that introduced Notcry, I was like, oh my god, I'm so gonna pull for Lauma. She's so pretty and everything. And yeah, I was like, I'm gonna do that, and I tried. I still intend to get Lauma for Newbie if I can. But the moment I saw Flynn's and I actually saw the animations for him, I was like, I must have him. But you have Sino as an Electro DPS. Shut your mouth. Do you know the last time I actually used Sino seriously? It's been a hot minute. Don't get me wrong. Sino helped me specifically clear the Abyss. Not 36 star, but clear.
Settle down.
So he was a go-to for a little bit.
Fearless.
So I don't regret getting him or anything, but he's definitely one for my account that's fallen off incredibly hard. Now, the good news is with Flynn's having his signature and stuff, for the theater, I can now just shove the Jade Spear back onto Sino. I think my biggest issue with Sino is that his energy is so bad. He is a hungry, hungry boy. But I'm definitely going to go over my main teams and just see if there's anything I can fix or just touch up a little bit. Similar to the way I still want to fix Navia. I should have grabbed a crit rate circlet for her when I made it and not the crit damage one. Because she is lacking crit rate something fierce. So she still technically shares the piece with Arlecchino. Now, ideally, I would like to get better stuff for Arlie that has a decent ratio of crit rate, crit damage, and obviously attack. To the point that maybe she doesn't need the crit rate headpiece anymore. But it is what it is. Because we're talking pure RNG and wishful thinking here. So I don't know if I'm going to go in and take some like screenshots just so I have them like always in front of me, if I'm just going to take notes and scribble them down. My only issue when I take notes like that, I never remember where they actually are when I need them. But it's just to tweak some builds to ensure that the teams are still functioning and can more effectively clear the content. By no means, like, I'm just looking not to be on the permanent struggle bus. That's all I'm looking for. So if I have to try to brute force something, I can. It might not be pretty, but I can get the job done. By the way, I hit 2 of those. Do you see 2 of those in there? I'm going to turn around. Yeah, sometimes I don't think I actually pick something up. Am I getting shafted? So where are my vertical investments going to go? In terms of constellations, it's going to go for Flynn's and Arlecchino. I specifically, my aim for Arlecchino is C3.
Bow your head.
A dash of frosting.
Hang on.
The tides beckon.
Oh, he just blew that guy up. Specifically, it's C3 Arlecchino, because her C2 will make it so that I don't have to wait for the charge on her, on the little, what's it called? The blood debt. I won't have to wait for the charge on that. And her C3, I believe, is her normal and charge attack increase, so it's similar to why I wanted C3 Nivelette. And Fliz is just freaking broken at C6. But again, for him, I think C3 would be where I would really like him. Ultimate goal, of course, because I really like the characters. They are some of my favorite characters. I would like them C6. And to point out, again, I'm not afraid to swipe if it comes down to it, if I can afford to do it. So it's all about the planning on that, first of all. Secondly, Newbie got C6 over the course of time. I didn't do it in one sitting. Because financially, I can't do that. And I did get lucky. I'm not going to say I didn't. The pulls during Natland were insane. Because ideally, probably, question mark, would I still have gotten his C6? With the way the polls went. I think I would have. Because the thing that's the most random, I'm not even counting the luckiness of getting his weapon in the first 10 pull, right? It's the fact that I got a double. I got my guarantee and then I won 50-50 within the same 10 pull. If that didn't happen, I would have had to have one extra pull for the C6, and that would have been where Zubai came in. Zubai? Did I say Zubai? Zebai. Oh, sneezy. Well, that could have been disastrous. My glider didn't come out.
Settle down.
Oh, that's scary. Scary. Death. And fruit cake. You can't be fruit pies. Justice is fruit pies. So I'm hoping for long-term goal. Excuse me. My voice is going very froggy. But yeah, the long-term goal would be to do C6 on those two characters when I can. And so whenever they pop up, that's my priority. The only asterisk is depending more specifically if it's a character I really love during the story and stuff like that. So like say for an example, if Arlecchino for whatever reason reran again with alongside Alice, I would probably favor Alice over Arlecchino. As much as I love Arlie, I would really like Alice. So it's really dependent on who is rerunning with them. Or who is running, like, with a new character. Because we had Nouvellette run with Zebai. And I gotta say again, my last 2 cons for newbie actually went the best way possible. Did you get Varka? And hi, Nonsense. How you doing? Did you get an early Varka? But yeah, my newbie polls went 20 minutes ago. Nice. Like, my newbie polls this last time went better than I expected. Even with the 50-50 loss. The 50-50 loss, I lost in the best way possible. It gave me C6 Dea, which was the best outcome. Because now, if I ever lose to Dea again, I can get the Stellar Fortuna. Masterless Stellar Fortuna. This also means when the next region comes out and they have the 5-star selector, I can just choose Dea and get that Masterless Stellar Fortuna and have a 95 Nouvellette. Well, that's only once per year. Yeah, but again, if I lose to Dea, I get one. So the fact that I have potential on a 2-year account to have a level 100 character is mind-blowing to me. $72 pulse? That's not too bad. I mean, it's not incredibly early, but it's early enough. Varka, Duran, Bennett, and Sucrose? Sounds pretty good.
Silence! Picked the wrong test subject.
Why do these always fall on the stupid stove? He's so damn tall. He is tall. I believe Varka's the tallest of any character in Genshin that's playable. Only for his weapon, I have nothing for him. Yeah. So that was one of the things, after getting Flynn's weapon, I was like, oh, well, that means I could technically go for Varka. I looked at everything, including weapons and artifacts. I literally would have nothing for Varka, and that's not a good time. Zhongli and Nuvi are shorter, yeah. And I hate to put it, like, look at this. Look at the legs on this man. He's tall. The fact that Varka is taller, oh my. Varka is also more broad than any of the other characters, I believe, in the game, too. Like, even Wriothesley doesn't have that, like, I don't want to say chisel, because Wriothesley is muscular. He is a different build than Nuvi. But he's not as, jacked. I almost said stacked. Jacked as, Varka.
Settle down.
Take that, boar. The big club is the best weapon for him? Oh. Well, may you be blessed with the luck I had yesterday on Flynn's weapon. Cabbage. I saw you spawn. But yeah, that was the biggest. I will go for Varka another time situation. Seeing how I had nothing for him versus Zabai. Zabai, I like had all this stuff just sitting there. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's gonna be a good idea if I went for her. All right, we were going to farm Flynn's artifacts just to see if I can get another thing for him. Since I am using him over Skirk at the moment. It's been so long, I don't remember where it is. This is not that. Yeah, it's up here. I was right. I was correct. You have Skyward Pride, but that's worse? How is that worse? I mean, Skyward Pride is ER. Does
Water
he
comes
not really
in many
need ER?
flavors to the
I would think just the damage from being a 5-star would be better, but than a 3-star weapon.
Bow your head.
Time to shine!
The pinnacle of excellence! Up to the free... Into the void!
Fearless.
Okay, we have... Okay, Scofier is just a smidgen off now. And of course it's the wrong set. His ult is optional, not even recommended to use. His ult slows his damage output. Yeah, so he's in a Zhongli situation. Ooh. He's in a Zhongli situation. That could be a good Zabar. No, that's a attack stance. Never mind. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Silence!
Let the world come alive!
At first, the flavor. A little emotion. Paradigm shift.
Fearless.
Becomes unnecessary to play club has attack percent, which means yeah, but it is a 3-star weapon, although we're getting into semantics here because there are builds for Arlecchino that utilizes the white tassel, so I can't say anything about that. Alright, we are looking for Goblet, I think. Yeah, no, if that was crit rate, I would consider holding on to that, but no. But no.
Bow your head.
Let my name echo in song!
Strike up the pinnacle of excellence. A dash of... Into the void.
Oh my. Oh, if that was attack percentage, that would have been fantastic for the build on an Effa. Damn, that is a good piece. Aw, if I had the other crit, that would actually be a really good piece too. Too bad it's on the wrong set.
Silence!
Let the world come alive!
At first, the flavor. Off to the breeze. Another star goes out.
Fearless.
Yep. That is rough, buddy. Crap attack. Wah.
Settle down!
Time to shine! Yoo-hoo!
Goose on the loose. A little emotion. Into the void.
Fearless.
Oh, you did grab it. Okay. didn't see the animation of him grabbing it. All right. Unfortunate, and it's healing bonus. So nothing for Flynn's. But we'll trade some crap stuff in for Golden Troop. Let's go back to Nashatown. You're just missing Risley? Sadly, I don't think we're going to see Risley until a Fontaine Chronicle at this point.
Add Astra.
Add extra
Thank you for
applesauce.
complete. Add Astra.
Okay, everything's been claimed. Let's, let me think.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers.
How many crap 5 stars would this actually take to give me the elixir? Oh, it only takes the leveled ones? That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. Oh, because it has ER in it, that's why I have that. Same with the goblet there. In theory, I was actually using that for Nouvellette. I was just seeing what would have been better. That's a Hail Mary piece if I ever saw one. I don't know why I'm holding on to that. That's not really great, as much as I would like to have Dendro. It does have ER on it and attack. That would be like something for Kooky, but I mean, that technically is a healer piece. I ain't gonna lie, but not that I'm gonna use it. Double crit, double crit. On an HP piece with 2 flats, we can get rid of that. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Attack with double crit. I don't really want to get rid of a lot of my Paradise Lost stuff. 'Cause I don't have very many. And with the R, we keep that. Another kind of Hail Mary piece. Attack with crit rate. I think I know what I was going for that, but that was not happening. HP with crit rate. No ER. Nope. HP with ER. No, I still think you would want the ER sounds, even for Bennett, so. This is on Husk. We keep that. Anima with, like, nothing on it. What the frick? Oh god, these take half. There we go. Extract, yes. Alright. That's all said and done. So, for anybody wondering why I went in for Husk, was because of Goro. When I got Zabai, I was like, oh crap, I'm going to need to level Goro. And then I had Columbina and Zhongli and Iluga for Sui. Sui? I'm going to stop trying to say his name correctly because I keep slurring my words after. But anyway, I was actually like, okay, I'm going to need to use this team until I can get Goro up to have him for the buff and sustain. And then I'm like, this team has Columbina. Zhongli's pillar's probably better than Goro. And with the rumor mill going around about Liana, she might be replacing Zhongli, and I don't need to level Goro. So that was kind of a waste. Golden Troop. Making sure I didn't miss anything. My god, I got some really crap gladiator pieces, didn't I? You know what? I'm gonna hit the wrong buttons. I will lock this. This is a copium piece. ER and crit damage, I'm not gonna sneeze at for that. That I will, though. On this set, I'll poo-poo it, but... Actually, that's not terrible. Confirm. Alright, what do we got? Crap. 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 Still crap. Even if it's EM, that's crap. Ew. If it had the other crit, I will lock it though, because it does have attack on it. And we'll check it with her sands. What's this? Just crit damage? Yeah, that's not worth it. It's funny that I have all the stuff for Varka, but I must skip him. Do you actually have some good stuff for Varka? Did start the Zabai farming, finishing Ulua and maybe Dahlia, and then getting the artifacts for them. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Training Precision to help Malvika. I think that's a really good way to look at that too. I thought your Malvika build was actually okay, but then we saw the damage. So I'm actually kind of wondering what went wrong. But that sounds like excellent progress and a good game plan, hon. Oh, that's all I've got, actually. That's all my trade-ins. Okay. Oops. Now I hit square. Nope. Attack with crit rate and energy. We're gonna hold on to that for a sec. It's not great, but we'll hold on to it. If that had the other crit, that would have been amazing. It's still not bad. I'll say that. It's still not bad as far as elemental goblins go. Attack with ER. Nope. If this had double crit with the ER, yes, that would have been fantastic. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Terrible electro. And terrible attack stance. So we got one more attempt. And it's a flower. It's a crap flower. Well, I say it's a crap flower. Like, if it had the other crit, it would be great, but it's not fantastic. Alright. I have the workable set and have the... Oh, that's right. You do have the walking stick. I forgot you got that for Dea way back when. The talking stick. Walking stick. The talking stick. Well, I have too many characters that are all okay and still need focus, I think. I think that's a great way to look at it. And you even mentioned that because you have Chaska, and you don't just have Chaska. Let me move away from these yappers. Holy crap. Not only do you have Chaska, you have C1R1 Chaska. So if you went anywhere for like the Animo DPS, you would choose Chaska over Varka anyway. Which local legend? I stay away from them as much as possible because I freaking hate them. Although beating up the granny was just kind of funny because I was just like, oh, the granny's just standing here. Talk to her. I'm going to attack you. I hate you. What's that? I have freeze. You wanted freeze? Okay. That was actually really funny. Where are you, Escoffier? In my party. Okay. So, honestly, we need this. This has crit rate ER. This has crit rate ER. So if it can get to about this, I can flip her headpiece. So, bye-bye money and fodder. Okay. Okay. You might go C2 Chaska on our next rerun. Think that makes her AoE at that point? Ooh. I mean, I think that would be a good investment. Yes. I'm gonna chew through all my freaking fodder again. I think what I'm gonna have to do is just like not level the pieces, but this was just like a minor upgrade that I could make with luck on my side. I'm all down to 1 stars. Yeah, me missing those 2 days. I'll take that. That is excellent. I would like crit rate, crit damage. Do you have some here? Ooh. Okay, we don't want to take Emily's. Kaya's is pretty good. Kaya's is on set though, so I don't want to do that. Oh, this has a really high attack on it. This has about an even spread, so I think it's going to be between those two. Okay, so let me see. That's probably going to be the best one if I'm being honest, because the crit damage on this is really low. She has a really nice attack though. But let's do this. What does this give you? Little bit lower on the crit damage than I would like, but again, we took off the crit damage circlet. So we could do, let's check the crit damage. See if we get high crit damage with crit rate. Oh yeah, we do have this. Which isn't a bad piece. And then we have this one. Oh, well you're pretty. With a little bit of ER in there. Okay, so this is ER crit rate. What do you have? Crit rate and attack. I want to say this was Columbina. Yeah, I want to say this was Columbina's piece. So I do got to be careful about that. Well, that's funny. That didn't change anything. Why is that, like, not changing anything? It's, like, literally, like, 0.3. That seems so weird. I am on crit damage, right? Yes. Huh? I am so confused. So we used this one? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Okay, I guess not. Okay. Okay, we do definitely want her with higher damage because she is off field damage. So we'll definitely go to the crit. Oops. Game. Could you not, please? Why is attack? Oh, because it's barely a difference. That's why. On that one. Okay, so we're looking at 60 for crit rate, which is not great, but honestly, some of the best I can do at the moment. Flat attack. Elemental Mastery is not going to do you any good. So I get... Well, this has the higher attack. What is that? 64 versus... When you were in before? 61. I think we're going to stick with this just to have her on higher ER, and she'll ensure to get her burst at that point. We'll still have a Fab on the team with Dahlia, but Dahlia will help out Furina. Furina, I think, was just under 200, but it's double Hydro, so she should be fine. Ish. But yeah, let me check. Let me put her back on that stuff and we'll see. So by 184. So she definitely needs some more ER on her pieces. That's the wrong ER piece, by the way. That's what that should look like. But it's still 184. Okay, so we could find a flower. Let's double crit. And what's this one? Okay. So we need to see if we can find... Wait. 14, 5.8. Okay, she loses crit damage. That's fine. I was gonna say I'm gonna switch that, but I don't really think I need to. This has energy recharge. I don't want to change that. It could get crit damage on it though. That has higher ER anyway. Okay, so that's fine. I think the ER Sands is good, so I won't need to worry about that. HP also has heavy ER in it, so that's good. Her crit rate circlet, as good as it is, does not have ER. So, yeah, I guess that would be the criteria, wouldn't it? Why was Gladiators hit? Okay, obviously the one that's on Dahlia is good. This was Farina's old headpiece. No ER on this. I really like the crit damage on that though, so... No HP percent, but we do have crit damage here. High ER. I don't really want to lose the HP, but... Yeah, I don't have any. Oh, that's Baiju's piece. Wait. Oh, it's HP. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Baiju has a cracked piece. He does have a cracked piece, honestly. With that ER. Same with Chevy. Okay. Basically, we're looking for a Dahlia piece again. But I definitely need Dahlia with that. Alright. I don't have my notebook to me. And it's better for me to handwrite something than make a list on the computer. So give me a sec. My notebook's in the other room. I'm just gonna go grab it. I might need to get another little notebook for these scribbles. I only have a few pages left. Alright, so this is for... Let's see. Skirk. Team. Upgrades. So, Furina. I need a crit rate circlet. So I need a crit rate circlet that has ER but has the crit damage and HP. And it in her it was her flower? Yes. As good as the flower is, it's her flower. Okay. Now hopefully I'll understand my writing, because I'm just writing down it just needs ER. And my brain should know it needs at least double crit on it for me to say yes. So it's going to be one of those two pieces. I think if either one of those two pieces, it'll be fine. Because her 184, yeah, I think if she gets one piece that has ER and rolls to ER once, she'll have the perfect amount of ER to be able to run the DPS build with Skirk, which is what I would like to do because Skirk doesn't need ER. And Dahlia with the Fav just helps the other two, helps the three of them. So it should balance out like that, I think. And then Escoffier, I believe we're fine. Oh, wait. I'm misremembering. Doesn't she need like 2200 or something like that attack? Slurp. I'll take the slurping over the crunching any day, though. I don't know why Dahlia's crunching is so loud. I am not seeing an exact number. I think it's in 2000, between 2000 and 2500, which she has. I could have sworn it was higher, though. I could be wrong. So you are at... Oops. She could use more crit rate, but I don't really want to sack her crit damage. Her ER is pretty good. I keep going past artifacts for some reason. Weak. Crit rate, crit damage. That's fine. I'm gonna say Escopia could technically use a better feather if it gets the double crit, but that's like looking for perfection. Okay, so Sands is a big one. So Escoffier actually needs Sands. So she either needs an ER with attack or attack with ER. And of course, the double crit. That's what she needs. Because the goblet we kind of have rectified a little bit. So she can use this as an onset. She gets a little bit of crit rate. She gets a chunk of ER from it. So what I'm kind of hoping is that we can get an attack Sans and get ER on that. And that should supplement fine. And then she has the crit damage. Like, this is kind of the perfect thing. She would just need better rolls in it, but she has, like, a perfect piece. So unless we can get a crit rate circlet that can roll decently into crit damage with attack ER, I think that's going to be the best. So I'm not going to write down circlet for her. So for her, it's the Sands. And then Dahlia, I think, is fine. I think Dahlia is perfectly fine. He could probably use a little bit more crit rate, but I'm not going to sneeze at it.
Ooh.
Because energy seems to be okay-ish, if not just a smidgen off. I am going to smack you. Okay, you have your R1. That's fine. Yeah, look at that piece. That piece is gorgeous. Crit damage HP. His HP Sans could be a little bit better. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, so Dahlia, I will put down HP Sans. Because we want HP with ER, and it could be a little bit higher on the ER and crit rate, right? Since he's on Fav. How the... Not gonna lie, I did not know how to spell his name. That's hilarious. I wrote down what Escoffier needed, but not the actual item. HP Sands with ER and crit rate. Perfect goblet for him. And honestly, a perfect circlet for him. Except for, yeah, it's because it's crit rate circlet. So he, again, it's all just one piece. Is that the same for Skirk? that is Sit Lolly. I'm not gonna sneeze at her flower. Her flower is actually pretty decent in terms of a crit ratio. Could he use attack? Yes. Feather is A-okay. Crit rate, crit damage on the attack sands. That's best case scenario. Okay, her cryo goblet is a little lackluster. So the cryo goblet could use attack. And then her crit damage circlet, which is what she wants, could use attack. So it's her flower and her circlet that basically are missing one stat. Like, this is excellent. I probably won't replace this because the crit ratio is so good. But yeah. So they're just like little missteps in certain things. So Skirk needs a flower. This is the pipe dream one. Let me write down percent, because obviously my brain at some point will trigger, oh, it has flat attack on it. That's fine. Eventually my brain will just give out and do that, even though I know better. And then it's a crit damage circlet with attack percent. And then she would technically be all set. So, unfortunately, I will have to go and farm for Skirk because it's not in the exchanger yet. I only have 1 cup of coffee left and I need to save that for tomorrow. Saddies. All right, so all in all, because again, we're nitpicking here because Skirk was doing 140k on the high end for her team, which is below Arlecchino. Arlecchino was doing, I think at a top was 130, maybe a little bit less. So all in all, Skirk's team did very good. And it's just a few minor tweaks in terms of getting artifacts. So that's team 1. I have to look at the teams that I'm going to use. And that does include like Zabai, because if the Abyss calls for Zero Crystallize, I'm probably going to do it. I am going to make the Abyss as easy on myself as possible. As much as I don't like the shield. So I guess we do take a look at Newbie's team and we take a look at Arlecchino because they are my go-to. They're the ones I really like using. So let's do... Do we want to start with Newbie? Okay, well, you can think about that game. Let's see. Fiorina, we're just going to note down, see Skirk on the list. So who is here? All right, we're going to do the Kazuha variant. So she's got 4,000 defense, which I think is where she really wants to be. We want her with defense percent, energy recharge. She's not on Fav, so she does not need crit. So honestly, we're just gonna take a... That's not what I hit, game. I'm just gonna see if she has anything else that she could use. Okay, there is an upgrade I have here if it rolls well. I'm gonna quote the word upgrade. Because this does have ER. Is her ER shown in? Yeah, her ER is kind of low, if I'm being perfectly honest. Yeah, she is way low. Way, way low. All right, I'm definitely not going to be able to level all the things, although there is a feather that we could technically upgrade her with. I just don't have any fodder. So she needs... And it's down here. Was it this one? No. It's this one. So... Social Lonin. Feather. Not father. With defense percent. And... ER. She needs a sands with it too. Okay. Def sands. ER. The goblet's fine. And she's on a defense circlet. Let me... keep... Oh, that's right. I used to run her with a healing bonus, that's why. I guess crit rate would be the other thing if I was on Fab, but she has her sig, so it doesn't really... Well, okay then. That is excellent. So she does need a new defense circlet with that. So we potentially have a couple upgrades for her. Okay. So the good news is I might not have to go farming for anything for her because we had a feather that has potential and we have a circlet that has potential. Her sands is the only other thing. And I was trading in for Cider City at one other point for Sitlali. I do remember that. So that will be something we have to do. And then Kazuha, I know you have problems, my guy. Kazuha. Flower is fine. He is also not on Fab, so he doesn't necessarily need any crit. Feather is good. We do have an EM Sans. Oh. Okay, well, we potentially have an upgrade for him right here. Because he wants ER. Or I definitely want him with ER. Because I noticed his ER was scuffed when I was doing the testing on the team. Sucrose has one. Okay. So we need an EM goblet with ER. And then his circlet has what it needs. It's not the greatest, but he has one that has the stuff he wants. How low am I on his ER? Yeah, I'm pretty low on that too. A lot of his ER is what I'm noticing about my ER builds or characters that need the ER. They're sitting at like 130-ish and they need around 160, according to the interwebs. Is the interwebs always right? Probably not, but it's a good point to look at. It gives you a frame of reference, and then you can test it out on your builds. If it turns out that you have too much ER or not enough, that's up to you. But having a good guideline is never bad. And then, of course, Nuvi. All right. Technically, nothing's wrong with this. I would just like more crit rate on it. I think I would like at least one other piece to have ER. They're saying 110 to 140 ER to consistently use his burst, which you kind of want to do just because so he keeps generating the droplets. So let's see which pieces did not have it. Now keep in mind, this piece is actually really good. It just needs the ER. So if I got a flower with the ER with the perfect scenario, I'll change it out. I could give him Risley's flower to give him more crit. Yeah, we need the HP. Okay, so we'll say flower. Flower with ER, because that's one of the pieces that's missing it. The feather with the ER is also missing it. However, the only reason I'm not saying the feather is that it actually has a really good crit ratio, and I'm not going to fuck with it. His Sans has ER. The Hydro Goblet is going to be a lot more iffy, I think. And then his headpiece has it. So it's going to have to be the flower, the feather, or the goblet. We're looking at a couple Hail Marys here. In all likelihood, the feather or the flower probably be the easiest to get. But I'm going to write down the goblet. And I believe his DPS that I got was about 156k, which for a C6 seems kind of low. But again, it's a 2-year-old C6 versus a new DPS like Flynn's, because Flynn's actually out DPS Nuvi, both with the Jade Spear and with his Sig. So Okay. Nope, nope. I still want that screen. I didn't mean to cancel that out. Okay, so let's do Arlie team. All right, the Arlecchino team. I want to go in order here. So Benny should be fine. And if he is, I'm just gonna check him off. He's on Skyward Blade. So his weapon... Honestly, I don't think my weapons are on the problem for anybody. Outside of wanting refinements for some fabs or even leveling some extra Favoniuses, I don't think I have a problem with weapons. So let's see. Benny boy, Benny boy. I think my pen's running out of ink. HPER. HPER. ER stands with HP. HPER. Healing bonus. ER. So the only thing this could get would be HP. That is the only thing it can get, and I don't think I care. It is an offset, though. So we'll write it down because it is an offset, so I could stumble upon it. And that's it. Like, that, his build is perfectly fine. That's the only thing that could make it quote unquote perfect. Because I don't use Bennett for damage. Alright, so that's Benny. Then we got Sitlali. And I already know part of Sitlali's issue. Okay, so Sitlali, EMER. So that's all she really wants is EMER. She does do some off-field cryo damage, but it's not enough to make me want to build crit, which, this is the unfortunate thing. My original build on her was done by theory crafting. Following the theory crafters and all that. I wish I didn't. Because they heavily wanted her with crit. So she unfortunately lacked ER for me. Okay, that is better. Never mind. If I was just double checking Shalonit's. So, flower's fine. Feather's fine. Sands. We want an EM Sands with ER. I don't know why my R looks like that. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, EM Goblet needs ER. Now, this I got, I think, pretty early on. So because it's EM, I was just going to slap it on her anyway. Same with her circlet. Damn. Okay. So Sitlali is going to need a lot of work. And unfortunately, she's EM, and that's like the hardest thing to get. And now... Hello, Father. Alright. We're looking for a crit rate, crit damage, and attack. And ideally, we might need... Well, let's actually see. I think she only has like one piece that does not have crit rate on it. And it's that. I don't think I'm going to get rid of that. Tax Sands is pretty good. Yeah. And this puts you at what? 84 over 230. I mean, as much as I would like to get more crit damage on Arlecchino, I don't think I can. Her pieces are just too good. In comparison, this is your... I don't think I have anything higher than what Alhaitham has. Yeah, that's the highest. Is 13. We could give her more attack. Just seeing. Yeah, that drops her down to a 64, and that's not good eats. So, oddly enough, it's like... So just to see again, it's 84 over 203. I would like her to have more crit damage, but I don't know where I would look at that. Because, like, this is a good split, so I'm not going to change that. That has way too good crit damage on that. I ain't changing that. Her Sans is okay. Maybe I could re-get an attack Sans, and it rolls better. So maybe that's what I would look for, but didn't I have to make the Sans? Yeah, I had to make her Sans. So that's a pipe dream. I also made her Goblet. So that ain't happening. And unfortunately, like, the Goblet actually could use attack on it. So by all accounts, I should treat Arlie like Nuvi and say, yes, I could potentially get substats on some other things. So I guess... Oh, I forgot Synccho. That's going to be kind of weird because I have my main DPS in the middle instead of the top or bottom. But that's okay. Slow lunchtime alarm. Okay, so Arlie, we are going to say... We'll say attack Sans. Okay, we're just going to say attack Sans. Because it's going to be very obvious that I just need crit rate, crit damage. There's nothing else I can really put there. Maybe EM. Maybe EM would be the thing that would go on there. Because she is reacting. She does do vape and melt. So, for the team I have. Pyro Goblet with attack. Attack, and this has, like, this one has EM, so attack and EM would be good. And then we will definitely keep an eye out for a crit rate circlet. Or a crit damage circlet. Crit rate and attack. So a couple things we can look for that, but again, it's going to be more of a pipe dream to get it. Like, that is dedication farming to tweaking the build a little bit. And then we have Sync Joe. I don't know how I forgot about Sync Joe. Because he's actually got upgrades throughout, so... his flower is really decent. The only thing that's really missing is attack. But I'm not gonna sneeze at that. Again, I'm not gonna sneeze at that ratio. Attack Sands with crit rate, crit damage. Hydro, crit rate, crit damage, attack. The circlet apparently could be better, but me getting a freaking crit rate circlet on this account has been a pain in the ass. But if you want to get technical, I think everything is good. He just needs ER. His ER is probably the thing that's lacking the most. So I'm going to say no on the feather and the flower, because they're actually really good. Sands is all right, but we're going to say we could actually do better and try to get ER on the sands. So ER. His Hydro Goblet is really good. So I'm going to say no on the Goblet just because it's been taking forever to get some decent Hydro Goblets. Because, like, this one has ER but no crit rate. Then we're going into attack. So I'm going to say no to that, but his circlet could definitely actually use it. So CR circlet with ER. Because right now, I think his ER is just off by a hair. 186. I think it's high enough, but it feels like he's off by a hair sometimes, and that just might be because of how long his skill cooldown is. So I'm happy with most of these. I think Sitlali is the one that needs the most work, unfortunately. All right, so the only other, so we have, let me check teams. Flynn's, we'll check Flynn's. And I guess Zabai would be the other for the teams I can rotate through for the time being. Right? Yeah, I guess that would be it. Alhaitham is pretty much benched. Alhaitham is definitely benched at this point. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'm gonna flip over to Star Rail, of course. And then once we do that, we'll come back. I'll finish my listings here for what I know I need to farm or keep an eye out for when I do some stuff. And then we'll finish out Varka's story. And hope if we have time to start farming for Flynn's, we will, and we'll do the polls before the end of stream. Remind me if I don't. If I start signing off and I don't poll. So I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go get some foods. apologize for that wait. So, I bought some minute brown rice, and I've been taking to cooking that rice in the microwave. Because I've done it with the normal white rice and jasmine rice. This said it would take 7 minutes. And I was like, okay. Had it covered, all of that. Let it sit for the 5 minutes. So that's 12 minutes total, right? There was still water in it. So I had to wait even longer. And even still, it didn't look like it absorbed all the liquid. So hopefully it's fine. I made a makeshift poke bowl with some packaged salmon, some pickled ginger, some nori, some cucumber, a little lettuce, and made the dressing from scratch, which was easy enough. I had everything for it.
So this was my childhood dream.
So the idea was I knew that it was going to take a little bit longer to make it because of just a lot of the steps. But I would split the rice in half, so tomorrow when I go to make it, it would only take, I don't know, like a minute in the microwave to warm the rice and then throw everything together. But god dang. Like, brown rice is bad enough, okay? Like, there is a specific taste to it, even though it's supposedly better for you. So, but like, why am I actually having it? Apparently it might help with the acid reflux. So, you know, I'll fall on that sword if I can curb the acid reflux. But we won't have much on Star Rail.
Your downfall is absolute.
Again, not too sure what I'm going to be doing with Star Rail. Effectively, me buying the special
Shine for the
battle
heroes.
pass on Genshin was the money I would have used for buying my battle pass on
Flowers
Star Rail.
bloom for tomorrow.
Because, like, here's the thing. There are events I can do. I know that.
For tomorrow.
But I don't have any desire to do them. And that's kind of sad.
Shine for the heroes.
And it's like, I know if I don't do them, I won't get the Jade. And if I don't get the Jade, I can't attempt to get the character. But I'm on a 50-50, and I have a feeling I'm going to lose. And if I lose,
Memories
that's going to
waiting
really
to be
suck.
woken
It's like,
up
well,
by
you
a
could go for
shooting star.
Sparksy at that
Remember
point.
me with love.
Even though
May world bearing ignite the dawn.
I'm forgetting her name, the other
Don't
elation
blink.
person.
May law
Even though
walk into the
she is
stars.
still on the banner
Rewrite
when
destruction
Sparksy comes
with
out,
me.
and I feel that she's the
Your
more important one of the
downfall is
two, I
absolute.
would like them both. So I would at least have some sort of, you know, good elation comp. But
Soaring above the land.
it's a little bit harder to do that stuff in this than it is in Genshin. And it's kind of,
Core flames consume me.
at this point, Star Rail is there for me to have something to kind of do. It plays itself while I do something else, so I can multitask it. I don't think the story has been fixed to the point of... I know you can skip it, but that it's long. It's just needlessly long.
Sun tear the sky.
But also, Welt's not voiced, and that makes me sad. I went through that bullshit in Genshin, okay? I don't want Welt to be not voiced. We had other characters not be voiced in Star Rail too, and it did take away from a lot of stuff. Like not having Don Hung voiced for the longest time in Emporius sucked ass. And same with the Trailblazers. Alright, I'm going to attempt to eat. I say attempt because the bowl is kind of full. I might make a mess.
Branded with strife. All stars burn to ash. Hail the new dawn. Quench the flames of blood. Is that all? Remember agony. You sun tear the sky. Quench the flames of blood. Is that all? Branded with strife. Hail the new dawn. You sun tear the sky. Quench the flames of blood. Is that all? Remember agony. Hail the new dawn. All tear the sky!
That hurt!
Quench the flames with blood! Branded with strife! Hail the new dawn! Quench the flames with blood! Remember agony!
Power! Beep beep! Low battery transform! Silver!
New sun, tear the sky! Hail the new dawn!
Power!
Quench the flames with blood! Is that all? Branded with strife! Soul without substance! All stars burn to ash! New sun, tear the sky!
Wow, I feel like Memory of Chaos just updated. Alright, so Monday we'll have Memory of Chaos to do, so that'll be good. I'm probably going to, since Splins is on banner, I'll probably be farming for him. And then once his banner, excuse me, once his banner leaves, we'll go back to Lunar and finish out Lunar. I don't think it's going to take me very long to finish that game because it's just literally finding the other dragons and then going to the frontier and facing off against Galleon. And we already found the red dragon, so I don't think it's going to be too much longer in between, if I'm remembering the story right. I don't think I can warp, right? Yeah, I'm 6 off of warping. But where are we on? $44. Where am I on the standard? Excuse me, my voice is so freaking froggy. $55, so not close. There should be a 4-star though. Oh, it's not enough for me to get the thing though. Yeah, I'm 4 off. That's unfortunate. I wish this had the calculations for like Genshin where it was 5, not 4, 20. Excuse me. And as for this, I still don't know. The obvious choice is Sparkle, but if I can't get any of the Elation characters, picking Sparkle is kind of dumb. And at the same point, picking any of them is dumb. I don't have anybody for Kafka. Venturine is fine, but he is outclassed by both Don Hung and Hyacine. However, in certain situations, he might be better than Lyocha. Lyocha? I wouldn't mind Jin Yuan. I do have his supports, but he shares supports with Phainon and Axa, so say what you will about that. And then there's Don Hung, who's a pretty dragon, and I would love him. There are microwave instructions for it. It I did what it said to, and it was still watery. I don't know if I put too much water in it or not. Now that she's been, but that's true. She actually isn't that bad. I'm actually thinking. I'm trying to think of who I could use her with that I don't have coverage for. I mean, I have quite a bit of time to consider my options too. But it's just sad that it's more than likely going to be Sparkle, and I don't like Sparkle. I don't like the character, but it's dumb of me not to get her. So yeah, anyway, the you can make it in the microwave. It wasn't cooked all the way through, even though I did the instructions. So I don't know if I accidentally put too much water in it, which I don't think I did. And it takes an extra minute in the microwave versus the jasmine rice. Otherwise, it's not too bad. I have the other half of it now sitting under foil, hopefully absorbing the rest of the liquid. But it was taking so damn long for me to make the thing. I was like, all right, I'll just take it a little slightly undercooked so I can get back. There will be other buffers along the way. Yeah, there is. It's just, it's cool that they give you a free character. It's dumb that they're outclassed. And this is why I'm saying Sparkle is the best option as a buffer and whatever because of her buffs. That's not to say that these other characters won't get buffed down the line. Jin Liu's got a buff. Kafka got a buff. So it's only a matter of time before we see buffs for Acheron and Venturine and Don Hung and Jin Yuan. But you have what? 1, 2, 3, like 3 DPSs, 4 DPSs, Jing Liu. Kafka, I guess you could count as DPS for Dot, but in like 1 buffer, 1 sustain. And the sustains are really hurting in this game right now. Because if you don't have, anyone who's playing during Euphorius should have Don Hung. But if you don't have Hyacine, you're kind of cooked. Yeah. And I think that's the thing that's like tripping me up. And it's one of those things. As much as because this is the other thing I have to consider at this point. Taking Sparkle is the smartest thing to do, despite me not liking her. I'm not wasting my resources, such as Jade, on her to get her. She's just there. So I could look at it that way as much as, because it's like, oh, well, I should get Sparkle, and I'm going to have to waste all my Jade to get her. This is nothing. And I should be thinking about it that way. But I'm still going to let it sit for a little bit.
I'm gonna let it sit. It's gonna like it.
I'm doing Genshin buttons. See, because here's the thing.
Childhood musings, huh? So naive.
Because getting Sparkle might mean, like, I can't use Saredra with Anaxa and Phainon if I have to split the teams up. And the same thing goes for Don Hung. This is the biggest issue is, like, I don't really...
Dream, huh?
Oh, goddamn Phainon, you yapper. I don't have really a third sustain. I have Locha, and he's okay-ish. Okay-ish. I managed to make him work, but goddamn, it takes some effort. And Aventurine's not going to help the situation at all. So that's the biggest issue I have. And there's no other way around it. Like, even if Hua Hua came out in some way, somehow, I don't think she would be an answer. I don't think she's a good sustain. She's a good buffer, but she's not a good sustain. I have
So
Bailu.
this was
Bailu
my
doesn't really do
childhood dream,
much.
huh?
Who else am I missing? Ling Sha? I don't think Ling Sha would do very well, and she just passed, so. Because, like, I could do Finance Premium, which why wouldn't I? He's fucking broken when you do
My
it.
childhood musings,
I can
huh?
do
So
Casterus.
naive.
So if Cyrene has to go with Finon, because I think it would be better for Finon to stay in Kislana than it would be, having him pop out, because it risks everybody else dying.
So this was my childhood dream, huh?
So that would mean Casterus would get Tribby. Herta hasn't really done very well in a lot of the stuff I've done with her, but I managed to makeshift Anaxa with, and he used Tribby. Who the heck? Oh, I used the Trailblazer.
My
That's the other thing.
childhood musings,
With
huh?
Casterus, I can use the
So
Trailblazer.
naive.
So if I were to make another team for Anaxa, oh damn, that's probably a good answer. I probably use Sparkle with Anaxa. If for example with Anomaly, if I have to split it up
So
that way,
this was my
Anaxa
childhood
or Sparkle
dream,
takes place of
huh?
Tribby, and I still get DDD. And then we have Sunday, and then Locha. And the reason Locha would just be with Anaxa, one, Finon needs to be healed off field, so that would mean Don Hong.
My childhood musings,
You're
huh?
stupid if you run Casterus
So
with anyone but
naive.
Hyacine, because she's like the only one that can really keep up with it. And then there's Locha. Anaxa, when he gets going, will actually heal everybody to full once Locha's field is down. The other thing I can do, potentially, is level Gallagher over Locha. That's the only thing I can think of
So
doing.
this was my childhood dream.
So, you know what? You know what? It is Sparkle. Because of the buff to her, that's the answer. So if I have to put Tribute with somebody else, I have a different buffer. I also do have Bronya, so this is also a mix and match playmate kind of thing. So, but the answer I think is Sparkle. I think Sparkle would do better than Bronya. Now, the unfortunate thing is I have to level DDD and refine it all over again. Oh, you want Bronya's set. Yeah, you definitely would want speed. What? I am so confused. Why did it equip this one when this one has at least effect res? And this one has speed. Oh my good god. Like there's now granted this is on somebody else. That's fine. And you want speed feet, yeah. Okay. And then okay, and then yeah, you just want Bronio stuff. Oh, we have a crit damage one here, so you can just take that. Effect res. This one has speed. That one's at least leveled, but this one does have speed, so I'd rather have speed. All right, you have a work in progress. I don't know how much I have.
Let's push the envelope further, shall we?
Wrong button.
Let's push the envelope further, shall we?
Okay, got her to 60. That's all right. All right, we got a Luca.
Nice. Let's go.
Gotta warp, gotta warp. Na 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 na. Warp. Ba-dum bum bum. Oh, well, there we go. Thank you, Misha. Nope. Okay. Alright, I still have some food left, but I guess I'll switch back to Genshin since I don't have anything else to auto at this point. Yeah, I don't think there was anything else I wanted to test out on the auto. But what I think I will do here, I'm going to change the target to Sparkle, and we'll... I was on Sparkle, not Casterus. Thank you. Yeah, so she's going to need her boss and a couple other things as well, of course. But we'll get all that done. Do I have... Yes. Where are you at? There it is. Because we're looking for this one. Yeah. Nope. Nope. That helps nobody. No, unfortunate. Again, unfortunate. Well, actually, we could farm that. Hang on, because we got some we have some doohickeys. Yeah, this is fine. Let's filter this. Can I filter by frickin' friends or something? L2 and square. Thank you. That's why not? Huh? Wow, it wouldn't let me actually do that. Huh, okay. That was weird. That was really weird. Anyway. Sparkle height?
Is that it? I was expecting something bigger.
All's revealed in divine.
A will of metal and watch this magic.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
Because why not? Now I can actually munch my food.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Clouds have scattered.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Expand your thinking. Watch it crumble. Open sesame.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
I'll endure.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles. Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Expand your thinking. Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Open sesame. Glimpse the unknown.
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Insanity!
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Best of luck. An explosive start.
Expand your thinking. Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence! With this divine power, I reforge all things to the soul. Insanity to the soul. Insanity. With this divine power, I reforge all things. So tiring.
Clouds have scattered.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
Peaceful days are like breezes of wheat fields.
You know, I'm kind of surprised that didn't pop up while I was doing Currency Wars. But you know what? No, you know what's that? I think I'm one off. I think I am one off from the warp. Dick move, game. Oh, I had an Eidolon for QQ.
Life's just like a game of tiles. You never know what's gonna come up next.
I don't know when I got that. Alright, hang on. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Rules are made to be broken. Rules are made to be broken.
Alright, you know what? Let's use some fuel. We still got a little bit of food. Might as well. Oh, that was some lag. Yeah, why not? We'll do 5. That's fine. Get this out of the way. I think it said only need 3, right? So it should only need 1. Yeah, we'll see. If I need to do more, I'll do more.
Your downfall is absolute.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence! Earth shatters, heaven trembles!
Stars, shine for the heroes. I'm gonna cry. You've got nerve.
For tomorrow!
Flowers, bloom for tomorrow.
The future will come!
Stars, shine for the heroes. Flailing beast.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May world-bearing ignite the dawn. Don't blink. May law walk into the stars. Cleanse hatred with love. Your downfall is absolute.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence! Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn!
Ah! What's that? That might actually not be that bad. Alright, we'll go back and check. Yes, she only needed that amount. Which one's which? I think it's this one I need, right? No, this is traces. This is to level up, right? Well, I guess this would tell me. Yeah. I am correct. So we want this one first. I would like level first. So we will do this. We'll get some level up stuff for Sparkle.
I'll stand in their way. Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Torment and doubt farewell.
To the soul.
Clean up the rest of my area
This
from
divine power,
dripping dressing.
I reforge all things. Insanity. To the soul.
Serenity is before me. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Insanity. To the soul.
Are you actually uploading my VOD? Thank you.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. Soaring above the lands, this is permanence! Insanity.
Torment and doubt farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
Step onto the board.
To the soul. Insanity. With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul.
Your downfall is absolute.
Serenity is before me.
Insanity. To the soul. Insanity.
I got that stuff completed. Twitch has been having issue, ooh, only 15 more? How many did it give per? I'll do one more. I love how I have to change my lineup or completely back out in order to tell it to, I want to go again. So you can do 3. I'll see if it's enough.
I'll stand with this divine power. I reforge all things.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Mountains roar, dragons rise! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence! To the soul, insanity.
Torment and doubt farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
Serenity is before me.
To the soul.
And Sparkle is completed. Yay! So, alright, let's finish leveling Sparkle. So, step 1.
Let's push the envelope further, shall we? having fun. That's all that matters.
Okay, so she's level 80. Excellent. We'll worry about traces. Kind of want to get her stat stuff first.
Rules are made to be broken.
Let's- Telling you to go down, game. Thank you. Alright, that's what we can get for now. So I'll wait on everything else. So we'll do traces and then I guess her relics. I mean, in the meantime, I could throw the stuff that I have on Bronya on her. Well, here's a question. Just a quick little question. Did I use Anaxa in MOC? Yes, Anaxa went up against Kafka with the premium team here. So I'm going to take out Saredra. And I just want to see how worse this is. It's going to be significantly worse because of what Saredra does to Anaxa. But I am just kind of curious how having two advancers does. And we'll just make a note of what the number is here versus Bronya versus Sparkle. I'm hoping, how many days left? 17? Yeah, I'll have Sparkle done by then. Actually, I can do that. I can also put Tribby's DDD on Sparkle just so we can see the difference of the stuff I have. So next is score an APOC with Saredra. Saredra is 3699. So we're going to take out Saredra and we're going to put in Bronya. Oh, you know what I should do? No, I can't because I'm using Summonite. Never mind. I was going to say I would put Bronya's Light Cone on herself, but I can't. I didn't get Sunday's Light Cone. All right, this one I think is still better for an Axo. Okay. By the power of the wind.
No need to hesitate. Your judgment brought you this far.
A day of peaceful...
Show your courage.
Watch this magic trick.
All right, let's just see. Just for my curiosity's sake.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Doesn't fall.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Mountains roar, dragons rise! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Torment and doubt, farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. Insanity to the soul.
Lend me your strength.
Insanity to the soul.
Ready?
I'll endure.
Serenity is before me.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. Insanity to the soul.
Man, I feel it's just chip damage.
Something for everybody. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Actually, no. You know what? I'm not going to do Sparkle. I don't have her traces leveled. So once her traces are leveled, I'll do it. But
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Insanity! To the soul! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Feeling a little dizzy?
You fucking dominated her, you bitch.
Troublesome.
Insanity! To the soul! Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Serenity is before me.
To the soul! Insanity!
Lend me your strength.
To the soul! Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things! To the soul! Insanity!
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Soaring
So
above
Sparkle
the
probably
lands,
would actually
this
help
is
with
permanence!
the skill point
Lend me
thing
your
too.
strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
To the soul! Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
I mustn't fall.
How do you like that?
To the soul!
Torment and doubt, farewell.
Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
Something for everybody.
Lend me your strength.
To the soul! Insanity!
Take a guess.
Unfortunately, Sunday has to attack.
Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
To the soul! Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
To the soul! Insanity!
Zoning out? I can help.
Serenity is before me.
To the soul! Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
Does that sting?
I had two. She could have advanced an Axa.
To the soul! Insanity!
Torment and doubt, farewell.
To the soul! Insanity! With this divine power, I reforge all things!
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Lend me your strength.
To the soul! Insanity!
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Serenity is before me. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
With this divine power, I reforge all things! To the soul! Insanity!
Torment and doubt, farewell.
To the soul! Insanity!
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
With this divine power, I reforge all things! To the soul!
1361. That's not bad. It's 300 points below his what the hell is it? His best team. That was with Bronya. 3361. That's respectable, honestly. And like I said, I won't do Sparkle just yet. We'll wait till we have we'll have our traces leveled. Because I could, like I said, I can just throw Tribby and Bronya stuff on her just to see what she's capable of. But overall, I'm actually kind of surprised by that. That's not bad, which honestly does make Anaxa for me a viable just solo DPS. Now, I want to point out the damage probably be much slower and lower, depending, because he won't have Don Hung in the situations where I would need to use Sparkle or Bronya and Tribby. Like, it literally is an anomaly thought process, but it's a good option. Also, with having Sparkle, it gives me an excuse to level Archer, and I do have Ceredra, so I technically have his best team, I think. So I could give that a go. At least Archer would have his voice. Anyway, I'm going to flip back to Genshin, so I'll be right back. I don't know what's with my brain today. Jesus. I'm like, I know what I need to do. It's just my brain's just like, where is it? All right. So once we get logged back in, we'll continue making the notes on the other two teams. Which the only teams left I have to look at are Zebai and Flynn's. And then we'll continue Varka's story. Alright. So let's take a look at Zabai's team first. So that team would be... Let's start with Ilua. So my thing about Ilua is I either have to have him on Khitan or I have to have him on Fav. I think Favonius would still be better. So I'm going to keep that in mind. The reason why he's not is because his crit rate is so low. So he needs crit. Okay, his flower is good. His flower is 100% good. Let me actually break down Silken. No. Confirm filter, please. Okay, Columbina has Anefa's old flower. So this does cause a little bit of a pickle. I do have another double crit EM piece. This is another one that's very solid. That's fine. This is fine. This is more than fine. The only thing is that we need crit rate on it. That I think that's kind of the issue he ran into. Yeah, EM Goblet just needs defense and crit rate. And then all right. So, the question for Ilua. Okay, what do we want for his ER? Oh. All right, I do have him at C6, so having him below 200 is still fine, but it is saying that from general consensus, he wants 150 to 150 to 180% ER. And I'm guessing that's probably why he's on Fab is more than anything else, is more for the ER it gives, not necessarily providing the ER to the team, which is very funny, if I'm being honest. So I guess the question I have would be, he's 172, so I do have him within that ER bracket because he's C6. So that should be fine. So what is his EM? Oops, I took out the wrong name. We want EM requirement. We want to shoot for 400 to 600 EM. Because if he has that, he's got 766. He meets his requirements. Although his defense is really low despite scaling off of defense, and I have him with defense shit. And worst case scenario, I just put on the Fav. Or Dragon's Bane. We could use Dragon's Bane too. That would give him the EM. So Alua might be a weapon thing. I'm just going to write down might need weapon change. So that's really good. In my opinion, that's really good. I see that my frickin' stream dropped, you motherfucker. When the hell did you do that? It must have just happened. Good job, Twitch. Good job. All right. So Aluga for artifacts, I think he's fine. He meets his criteria. I don't need to min-max him in any sort of way. So the next character would be... I will say Zhongli, because that is who I use. Zhongli, I don't think really needs much of anything. He's got 41k HP, so his shield is beefy, and that's all I care about. And he's on 4-piece tenacity. So Zhongli, I am just going to say, is all set. And also because he would be the one to get replaced in the team. He would be the one to get replaced. Either if Liana is a sustain, she would be the one to get replaced. Shalona could also fit in that slot, but if I run Nuvi, I need this spot open. So we go with Zhongli. So we can actually check off Zhongli. And then we have Bina. So Kalamina is who I would run mostly on this team. And as you can see, she's on Silken. That's not her set for this team. That's her set for Flint's. So, I'm going to flip her set. Oh, right. You still had that as offset. Technically, I think this is what I wanted on her. But, I know why Inefa has it. That should be yours as well. You are sharing in that feather with Inefa, if I remember right. Yeah, 215, and then for the Zabai team, you would be on Sack Jade, I think. Yeah. Wait, you're missing part of your build. Because she's supposed to be overcapped. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I believe the... I think she was using this. No, you weren't. You were using the one with ER. Huh. I think I screwed something up. Because that's the only headpiece we've got. You kept this. I didn't level this yet. But you kept this. You are on an ER Sans. This is... Right now, this is an FS, but... I want to say that is yours for this. It has to be. Alright, let me change the... 94. I mean, still way better than what she had, but... That's very weird. Okay. So, if this is the case, like, I know she's supposed to have over cap on her crit rate. So, I don't know why she's not here. You are on Sack Jade. Yeah. Huh. So, for this build, she would need more crit damage because she is there for off-field damage. But also to be consistent with her burst going out. So... I'm going to have to note down which set this is. Moonlit Offering. So this is for the Moonlit Offering and the Sack Jade. Her flower is okay. Like I said, I feel like it's the flower that got screwed up. So her flower's okay, but it could use, I don't even want to say it could use crit rate. So flower is okay, could just use more of, damage stuff. Her flower is good, it just needs, I mean, that's a Nepha's flower. Like, that's a Nepha's feather. It's so weird. I'm really damn sure. So I'm going to note that the feather actually is shared with a Nepha. So she would need a feather of her own. Her Sans is fine. I'm going to leave her with ER Sans. Goblet's alright. Offset. And her headpiece literally could just use HP. So I'm going to leave Bina alone for the time being. And then we'll figure that out. Again, that's really, really strange. No, I don't want that one. ER. And this build is for Flynn's. What the frick is happening? That's with her with the Sack Jade. And she's got 211, but it felt like her ER was shit. You are on 4-piece moon, right? Silken Moon? Yeah. But when we were testing Flynn's and everything, the energy was off and she needed to be on Prototype Amber. What in the hell? I am so confused. So Bina's going to be an interesting one. Zabai. Her weapon is fine. Well, it will be once Farina goes back on the fab. There we go. Crit rate, crit damage, defense. Excellent. Crit rate, crit damage, defense. Excellent. She doesn't need that much ER. Defense percent, crit rate, crit damage. Defense percent, crit rate, crit damage. The crit damage could be a little bit higher. And she's on a crit rate circlet because she's on a crit damage weapon. And outside of the crit damage being higher, Zabai is pretty much okay for where I would want her. I mean, unless she got some higher crit damage rolls, like on this, if she got like higher crit damage rolls, I probably could flip to a crit damage circlet. But as of right now, she doesn't really need much of anything. Unless I get something while farming for Flynn's, Zabai is good. So real no change, just higher crit. Again, that's all you can really ask for, right? Can't write. All right, the Flynn's team. So, this is where I'm going to have to add one other character because his team will consist of Columbina, but if it's like this current abyss where one side kind of wants Flynn's and the other side wants Zabai, Zabai is going to take Columbina and Flynn's will take Aino. This means technically Anefa should change her set, and I don't remember if I tested that. So, we get to go play in Wonderland. So let me go play in Miliastra.
Oh my god!
Paimon, shut up. So we have to do this in 3 different ways. So let me write down. This is so with Columbina, and then oops, I didn't mean to say with Anefa. Anefa's always there with Aino. Because Anefa's build changes depending on who is with Flynn's. So right now we have the standard banner. Oh my good god, brain. What is wrong with me? The standard build for them. So we have Anefa.
Warm up complete.
We have Bina. Bina is on Silk.
Allow me to lend you some moonlight.
I mean, I would, but I screwed that up.
I want
That's
to
supposed to be
help.
Sucrose. Now it's supposed to be Bina.
I will follow where you lead.
And then Flynn's.
Happy to oblige.
All right, we'll see if this flows correctly. Because again, when I tested it yesterday, Bina needed to be on the prototype Amber.
A moonlit night for all. Wayne.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up.
Enhanced animal module 75.
Beware the creatures of the night. Close your eyes. Be silent. Observe.
Surge. A new moon rises.
Installation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol.
Close your eyes. Observe. To dust. Be silent. To dust.
Okay, I saw 169.
Close your eyes.
170. Holy shit, Flynn's. Okay, so this is... So with Bina was 170... I saw 179k or 170k. I'm gonna be safe and say 170k. That was with Bina and with the DPS off-field damage on Anefa. Okay.
Be silent.
Then we gotta return to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's go to the lobby. Um... Okay. So, character, we need to go to Anefa. So Anefa's build would change if we have Aino, in theory. And Nefa's on a 5-piece. So the flower is more than likely the one that's on Columbina. I think is a Nefa's. That is one I can level up. Okay, so we're gonna flip. That should have been hers. No, that's not yours. You had a really good one. There you go. And then you had this. And I do remember you had a Shimenawa's. Yeah, you had this. Alright, so this is her stats with the Silken Moon on. 1 and a 4-piece. I just gotta remember to flip that back to Bina. And Aino doesn't... I haven't touched Aino's, but Aino stuff will not change. She is just on Noblesse. This is the Noblesse set that was on Xingqiu.
I know. Present.
So we gotta see this 2 ways. This is with the Nefa on the Silken set, and then we'll test her on the other set. Because if it doesn't look like we need Silken, then I won't worry about it.
Ding dong water bomb.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up.
Animal hypostasis simulation.
The night cometh. Close your eyes. Be silent. To dust. Observe. Night falls. Close your eyes.
Look, a rainbow. She wants.
Installation chamber deployed.
There is an energy issue.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Be silent.
Okay, this is around 1:30. I'm gonna try again. Because one, Flint's didn't do his normal burst, I don't think. And I always do that on the if he has it up.
Ding dong water bomb.
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
Enhanced animal module 75.
The long sleep beckons. Close your eyes.
There we go. Okay, yeah, he's doing what, about 150?
Night falls.
Look, a rainbow.
Yeah, okay, so there is a little bit of an energy issue on Anefa.
To dust. Night falls. Be silent. To dust.
Okay. Okay, so I know, and then we're gonna say on the skin was 130 to 150. Okay, and there was definitely an ER issue. And even if that ER issue was fixed, I don't think it would have done as much. So, let's put Anefa back on her other set. this because you needed the ER. So this is what's fascinating. I guess she could still use this. I don't know why I didn't have her on that before. Her crit rate is kind of low. Oh, wait, you had a crit rate circlet, didn't you? Is that what the issue is? Leave energy recharge on there. Okay, okay. Oh, I had that on her because it rolled really well into crit damage. That's why. Okay, so this means I could probably replace something else. Yeah, that's fine. She just needs ER. Which is why she has this. Otherwise, oh, that's what I did. Otherwise, she'd be holding on to, like, this. Like one of her feathers. From the other set. That's what happened. So she's at 141. Alright, she's at least on the set that she should be. And we'll worry about offsets later. She can offset something, she just needs ER. Alright, so let's go back in. Hey Leo, how you doing? Yep. I am one of them. It's because, like, at least for my build, she can use the Sack Jade. So as long as she can crit, I'm gonna let her. Yeah, if you have, like, Sack Jade, she should be fine. Even on the prototype Amber, I think she'd be alright. Alright, now we test this with, Anefa's normal set here. Oopsies. You've been on critical chance, Bina? Okay.
Flash attack! T1!
Insulation chamber deployed.
Annihilation mode.
Swirl! Mark 2! Absorption!
The night cometh. Close your eyes. Observe to dust. Do you fear the dark? Close your eyes.
Oh, he ran out of it. Okay.
Water bomb!
Oh, the energy problem's still there.
Test 6308.
Ultimatum protocol.
And it's gonna run out of Ino's burst. Alright, hang on. Why do you want crits if my damage is abysmal? So I switch to damage instead. I haven't seen results yet, but it sends lunar reactions, merge stats. Yeah. I'm definitely seeing the difference between... She's doing the steppies. I'm definitely seeing the difference between Ino and Bina, though. And I don't have anything to put on for Silken on Ino, unfortunately, so... That could be where some of the damage loss is for Flint's here. I don't know why there's such a freaking ER problem on an EFA.
Absorption test. Stand clear. Animal hypostasis.
The long sleep beckons. Observe. Close your eyes. To dust. Be silent. Night falls. Close your eyes. To dust.
Flash attack.
Installation chamber
There we
deployed.
go.
Ultimatum protocol.
Absorption test.
Observe. Close your eyes. Night falls.
Well,
Do you fear the dark?
okay. So that answers my question. So at max, it did around 120k with that build. So unless I can get a Silken on Ino, game, thank you. Unless I can get a Silken on Ino, Anefa has to be on Silken if I need to run Ino with Flynn's. Is that a C6 Ino? Yes, it is. So let me take a gander. It was really weird with the ER issue because 1 minute, like the first test, she had the ER issue. The second, it was fine. So I'm guessing maybe the particles didn't come out. I really don't want to take her off Noblesse, but that might be where... The other thing, too, is that Sucrose might have swirled Hydro and not Electro. Alright, let me... We're not doing Instructor, I know. So... Probably crit rate, crit damage, EM, ER. Yeah. Honestly, it's ER more than anything else. We do have double crit here. Double crit with ER. How do I have you here? ER, EM, ER, ER. The 2 EM stats, that's fine. Honestly, I would beg to argue she doesn't need crit rate because I'm not running around Fav. But I guess it's better than anything else. Learned is that if you pause the game, character instantly picks up the particles. Oh yeah, the booking. I'm not doing that. If you ever want to try that. Yeah, I'm aware of booking. I feel it's very clunky every time I see it. And I don't think I would ever be able to pull it off correctly. Because I'll pause the game, get the particles, but I might get my ass beat. Damage, crit damage. I know I have crit rate. I do have an EM on set, though. HP, attack. I seriously don't have a crit rate on Silken Moon. We could go EM, though. If it's really necessary. Her damage is kind of negligible. This is saying she wants Hydro damage, really? Didn't I have a Hydro on set? No. Well, I mean, if that's going to be your off piece, and it's saying that this is saying that it wants Hydro damage. And sure, I'm so freaking confused. All right, so the question is, do I have anything on Silk leveled with that stuff that you want? You lose a lot of ER, though. That's just crit rate, crit damage. Okay. We do have an EM Sans. We have 2. We have 3. How the hell do I have 3 EM Sans on this frickin' set? How high is... And again, this has high ER. Technically, this would be the one I would want leveled. Oh, I wish I had crit rate. And again, no ER. You have a very low ER, unfortunately. Alright, ER issues aside. Yeah, I'm testing it. It's what everyone's recommending, which is funny because her damage is very negligible. I can always change it back to an EM goblet, so...
Look, a rainbow!
Annihilation mode.
Swirl, Mark 2!
The night cometh. Close your eyes. Be silent. To dust. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
Okay, that's the answer.
Be silent.
Ding dong, water bomb!
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
I'm getting some kind of lag.
Close your eyes.
I'm hitting buttons and nothing's happening. Oh my god.
Look, a rainbow!
Insulation chamber deployed.
Alright. Okay, there was a minor hiccup on that. That's fine.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Observe. To dust. Be silent. To dust.
Okay. So, on average, that was about 130 to 135 if certain things went good. So, the most damage I got, oddly, was a Nepha going on Silken Moon. And Ino staying on Noblesse. So that's where I need to be. I don't know what it was about the switching on that one. Oh boy. Yeah, it's why I think I'm going to have her with the, well, that's the other thing we can check. With the Silken Moon thing. No, that's not what I want. I want my characters. Because I went, oh, here's a Hydro damage goblet because it's saying it wanted Hydro. Or the most popular thing to use on her is Hydro. I don't know why. I do not have another onset, so let's... And all we care about is EMER. This is what you had. Oh. Okay, we got some other ones we can level at some point that's actually decent. So, alright. This time we'll go in with the EM with Ino.
Flash attack!
Defensive mode engaged.
Ultimatum protocol.
Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75. Animal test.
The long sleep beckons. Be silent. Close your eyes. Night falls. Be silent. Night falls.
Chew on this.
I did that backwards.
Installation chamber deployed.
Annihilation mode.
Observe. Night falls. Close your eyes.
31.
Night falls.
Kaplan! Lash attack.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Absorption test.
And there's the
Swirl.
hiccup in the...
Observe. Be silent. To dust. Observe. To dust.
Yeah, it's about
Close
the
your
same.
eyes.
It is about the same. So, for Flynn's
silent.
team...
Observe.
Look out! So for Flynn's team, we want Anefa on Silken. And we want Aino back on Noblesse. So that's at least good. That means I don't necessarily have to level a whole ass set for Aino. So Aino, we're just gonna put down Aino first and just check her off. And we're noting down that this is only for when Bina is with another team. She is good. So now we look at Anefa. So Anefa would be on Silken. Silken build for Anefa. Silken build. Asterisk. No Bina. Because Bina is on Silken for this team. So she has a good flower. She technically has a good feather. She has a decent feather. She has a good sands. The sands, however, though that has good crit, she needs an attack sands with ER. Her ER is a little bit scuffed. That's a great attack goblet for that. And it's kind of the same thing here. Really good crit stats on it for what it is. But she will need an attack goblet. With ER. And I'll say the same for the circlet. Which will be a crit rate, crit damage. Because it all depends. If I can replace the stuff that has a higher crit rate on it to the point where I could use a crit damage circlet, it'll be fine. So that's really what we're looking at here. That has ER. That has EM. So her feather is kind of the same way. But we don't want to miss out on the EM for her either. So the pieces I list for ER should suffice. So then we have the Anefa build, that she currently is. And this is with Moonlit. Whoops. Lit does not have a G in it. Moonlit build, so with Columbina. What is her ER currently? Because it does kind of stutter. So we have 141. If double Electro, 130 should suffice. So she should have enough because she is with Flens. In theory. I think her attack is fine. Yeah, she's at 2200 currently, so she's got the attack requirement. And then she likes EM, but I don't think she really needs a heck of a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna... She's got 200. It could go higher, I guess. But if I had to say one or the other, I'd rather make sure she can burst. So, her flower is good. It has high attack on it. So I'm guessing this could actually be just a smidgen better. The feather technically could be way better, but that's where most of her ER is coming from, because she was on this before. Tax Sands is good. Again, that all went into EM. So it's not bad for her, but her crit is low. The goblet is fine. And crit rate is fine. So I'm just going to note down higher crit rate on other pieces to change to crit damage circlet. Because that's the only thing I can really note. And then supplement a little bit of ER in those spots, if I can. Otherwise, enough is fine. And then we have Sucrose. Sucrose is, Alright, let's see. You really only need ER, like, you don't necessarily need ER to do your burst. So, EM, EM, EMER, EMER, EMER. So, Sucrose is fine. So, her PV set is pretty much okay. So we can check off Sucrose. And then Flynn's. So, my Flynn's is C1R1. And he was keeping up pretty good. I love how it said Neffa's and not Flynn's when I typed in Flynn's. Only needing 105 to 125 for comfortable burst uptime. So at 150 he is fine. So I can actually supplement a lot of the ER build now. So like this circlet I can actually change out. But not for that. That's attack. Okay. And it's also crit rate, not crit damage. This is still a decent, that has higher crit damage on it too. So his flower would stay the same. I don't see anything wrong with that. His feather could be better. I do have another double crit. I have 2 double crits. Depending on that rules, that might actually change for Zabai. If I'm being perfectly honest. Okay, so we need a feather upgrade. Feather upgrade. In theory, I guess you would say feather with attack. Attack percent. His sands is good. That's his off piece. He needs attack, goblet with crit rate, crit damage. And then he needs crit damage circlet. With crit rate and attack percent. I'm not gonna cry about EM, but that's where Flynn's is at. So Flynn's actually does need a little bit of help too. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right, let's get underway. And that took a little bit longer than I wanted it to, so I apologize for that. But I definitely needed to see where my teams were at. I was right, that was the checkpoint. Excellent.
Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. You'll probably have to hit the ground running when you get to Nodcry. The root of this turmoil lies with the remnant soul that Andreas, dominator of wolves and god of the north wind, left in Nodcry. He once left Nodcry and braved the blizzards to confront the god of storms and claim the right to rule. Yet even as the tower fell, he chose to abandon his claim. Instead, he returned to the north and slumbered for 1,000 years before finally journeying back, under the name of Boreas, with the first knight of Boreas to witness the new face of Mondstadt. When the wolf spirit could no longer maintain his physical form, Boreas chose to pour his power into the ley lines. With that, he became the North Wind of Mondstadt, as he is still known to this day. Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. You'll probably have to hit the ground running when you get to Nodcry.
Can we ride the West Wind?
500 years ago, Roland seemed destined to become the mightiest knight of Boreas ever to have lived. But he was too pure of heart. He believed firmly in his own ideals of chivalry, vowing to eliminate all injustice from the world. But the world had never been perfect and pure, nor would it ever be. Neither his mentor, the wolf pup Rostam, nor the Grand Master, known as the Lion of Light, could persuade him to temper his obsession. But what was the scent that reeks of blood that Lupus Boreas sensed? And what is its connection to Conria and the Abyss? Perhaps you will uncover the truth in Nodcry. Any questions before you set off? Better, the soul of a wolf is as unyielding as ice, and Andreas is a master of molding and shaping it. His people once drew great strength and wisdom from the wolf spirit. But human hearts and flesh cannot contain the soul of a god. Attempting to place the wolf spirit in a human vessel would slowly devour their sense of self, even if Lupus Boreas did not intend for that to happen. That's why Lupus Boreas developed the technique of imbuing weapons with his soul. It is his way of blessing his human Lupical with the wolf spirit's protection. In fact, there is an ancient song that tells this tale. A weapon once of common iron, now through friendship turned divine. Twixt man and wolf a bond was made, a power born within the blade. As much as he might claim not to accept humans, his actions sing a different tune. Oh, but keep that little observation between us, will you? Any questions before you set off? Better ask. All right. Over to you, Dvalin.
Yay, Dvalin!
The Knight of Boreas awaits below. We must part ways here. Barbatos and I have other plans. We will meet you again later.
Other plans? What the hell are you doing?
All right. Hey, wait. How are we getting down?
Paimon, you can fly. Shut up. Thanks for that. Where am I going? Glad I did that. He would have died.
Hold the line! The enemy's on the brink of collapse!
Grandmaster! It's...
Ha! Reinforcements! It's about time!
Honorary knight reporting for duty, Grandmaster.
Too.
Why the hell am I on Dendro?
We're just about hanging in there. Most of their grunts are taken care of now. Their leader's gonna have to make a decision soon. Fight or flight? What will it be, mightiest knight of Boreas?
As expected, this hastily summoned Wild Hunt horde is nothing but a disorganized rabble. A mere shadow of the forces gathered by the Rahir of Solmari. But they have served their purpose. I now understand your tactics, and you, in turn, understand mine. This is fair. This is the way of chivalry. Farewell, heir to the knighthood of Boreas. Whether you choose to resist me or not, I shall set right the injustices of this world. In the name of the blood-stained knight.
I like how the bird was just standing there, like, triumphantly, like, mm-hmm.
Guess they're retreating for now.
So that Wolf of the North lookalike, that was Andreas? But why would he be leading the Wild Hunt? And why was he talking about the Bloodstained Knight? Forget that. We can save the details for later. He was the enemy boss, right? Are we just gonna let him get away?
There's no point chasing after him. We've crossed blades already, and it ended in a stalemate. Right now, there's nothing we could do about him. True. We're still not certain of his true identity, But whether he's a god corrupted by the abyss or a legendary knight, killing him might be just about possible, especially now that you're here. The difficult part is, we can't kill him right now.
Huh?
Do we have to wait
What do
2
you
days?
mean? Is he immortal or something?
No. Judging from our skirmishes so far, I don't think he's got any special abilities of that caliber. Nor does he have the ridiculous level of power wielded by the Five Sinners. But, compared to Rerir, our current foe clearly has a better understanding of how to exploit Nodcry to his advantage. Particularly when it comes to Andrias's remnant soul. Exactly. Sounds like you realize what the crux of the issue is. I managed to cut off a sample from our foe, which Albedo and Durin are analyzing as we speak. Meanwhile, our other allies should be making their way home from their own battles by now. Let's discuss this further when they're back. We still have some big challenges ahead before this expedition can finally be declared a victory.
The meeting's probably gonna be in the biggest tent, right? Looks like a bunch of people are there already. Why don't we go chat with them?
Yehoda.
Hey, good to see you again. Oh, Boss Sneff asked me to pass on a message. She went to see Lauma and Columbina at the Frost Moon Scions. Apparently, there haven't been any changes to that space the Rahir of Solnari's in.
That means the recent wild hunt attacks have nothing to do with Rerir, right? Whew, that's a relief. Paimon doesn't fancy facing him again.
They're keeping a close watch on it just in case. With so many moon experts on the case, we're in pretty safe hands, huh? Oh yeah, Lauma and Columbina asked me to pass on a message too. Focus on the enemy you are facing. The moon will protect you all. Huh, you know something? These Knights of Favonius are paying me a pretty nice sum to deliver a few simple messages. Oh, Varka's a generous guy.
Huh, that's actually really interesting. So in the cutscene, Lumine was on Dendro. And that little thing there with just flipping into my Traveler was Pyro. That confused the hell out of me. Oh, an Effa.
Short distance propulsion module on cooldown. 15 minutes until next departure. Switching to chat mode. Hello there, Paimon, Traveler. Varka placed a sizable order with the Clink Clink Krumkake craft shop. Aino is hard at work producing the strategic reserve, while I am handling the deliveries. Secondly, I am also here to attend the meeting in her place.
Well, that kind of cut off weird. But thank you, Aneffa. And then we got Flynn's. Now, Flynn's, are you going to be good and help out, or are you going to treat this like a class?
Huh? Flins! Paimon thought the Lightkeeper's rep would be Iqua or Nikita.
You're quite right. However, Itlua and Nikita are both busy organizing the Ratniki's region-wide response to the recent attacks. And since I'm well acquainted with everyone else here, I was the one they recommended to attend the meeting.
So you don't even want to be here.
Sometimes you don't get a choice when there might be consequences down the line.
Okay, again, you could have added a little bit more to that. You don't want to be here, man.
Hey, Honorary Knight. Looks like pretty much everyone's here. Albedo and Durin are just wrapping up their analysis. You want to wait for them here? Great. While we're waiting, could you update me on the situation in Mondstadt?
Kaya's getting drunk. The end. Oh, and Clea's in solitary confinement. Oh, you meant that kind of update.
And that's where things stand. The Wild Hunt is no longer under the Reikir of Solnari's control, but it has been reborn from the ashes and is now launching widespread attacks. Intel from the Frost Moon Scions and the Curatorium of Secrets corroborates this. No disturbances have been detected in the space where Rere resides. What we are facing here is a completely new foe.
Summarizing current situation. To confirm, the present leader of the Wild Hunt is the creature resembling a wolf. Andrius, god of the North Wind.
More precisely, it's the external will that has seized control of Andrius' spirit, namely Roland, the Bloodstained Knight.
Whoa. Hold on. I'm completely lost. Isn't Roland some monstatter from like 500 years ago? How'd he suddenly get wrapped up with a god from 1,000 years in the past and the present-day Wild Hunt?
You've never heard of Conria, have you?
Allow us to explain that part.
Thank you, Albedo.
Are you familiar with compensation mechanisms? When an organism sustains damage, relevant tissues will undergo changes to offset the loss of function. For example, when one kidney is damaged, the other will be strengthened to compensate. Or, when a main artery is blocked, the collateral vessels become more active. Similarly, when the Wild Hunt lost their leader, the Abyss harnessed the memories that flow throughout the ley lines to fashion a new one, fit for the present circumstances. That new leader is a mirror image of Roland, the Bloodstained Knight.
Right. No matter how strong the compensation is, it will never quite match the functionality of the original organ. The Roland replica can't possibly imitate Barir's overwhelming power, nor his ability to disguise himself as others. So, the Abyss made use of the connection between Roland and Boreas to compensate for this lack of power.
Okay, now Lumina's Pyro in this cutscene. Why was she Dendro in the cutscene when she jumped off Dvalin? That's weird!
The replica corrupted and took control of Andrius as he slumbered by the bank of Amsvartnir, ultimately manifesting as the giant beast that you all witnessed. However, exactly why the Abyss chose Roland to mimic, and indeed how it was able to do so, remains unclear.
I guess he must have gotten caught up with the Abyss or Nodcry somehow during his wanderings through Tevat. But we can keep those questions on the back burner.
Okay, Paimon gets all that, but what did you mean when you said we can't kill him right now?
We can't kill him right now because a dead god may prove more dangerous than a living one. From intelligence gathered during the expedition, we have reason to believe that the power released when a god is felled can have catastrophic consequences for us mortals. Worse still, the wrath that remains after a god's passing becomes a source of endless turmoil. Once god remains contaminate the land, they will persist for thousands of years. This land has already been ravaged by the Wild Hunt. If we add god remains to the mix, it'd be like adding salt to an open wound, placing everyone who lives here in perilous danger.
Query. While I can indeed find records of disasters caused by god remains in my database, there also appear to be cases of gods dying naturally with no ill effects. In that land, the passing of the Pyro Archon's flame is a common occurrence throughout history, and even the part of Andrius who remains in Mondstadt has experienced death once before, has he not?
Great question. Glad you asked. Honorary Knight, you said Lupus Boreas gave you a token to pass on to me? Please, present it now. It should help explain things faster.
Big sword, here you go.
Come forth, Boreas!
This form has come to the end of its time. I'm afraid I can accompany you no further on your journey. My soul will fall into silence, and my power will flow into the ley lines of this land. that a wolf can hope to do for humankind. Do not grieve for me, for this is the end I have chosen. Instead, remember that one day, your wandering too must come to an end. Where and when shall that be? A final wish before I slumber. Sing me a song. That melody you so often hummed in the taverns.
You saw it too. You must have keen powers of perception. Not that it surprises me. That was Boreas's final thoughts before merging with the ley lines. It's the reason Mondstadt remains unharmed by his god remains. In his final moments, he made a choice to give everything he was to the ley lines. All to protect Mondstadt from harm.
Sounds like Andrea spent thousands of years searching for his place in the world, too.
Yes. And now our task is to return the answer he found, the decision he made, to Andrias' heart.
You did the Klee quest this morning, by the way? Okay. 5 wishes made, nothing really got. That doesn't surprise me. However, just an update on that, because Forrest is going to continue trying to farm for Klee. Let's see if we can get her. I told him just to pull as he got the wishes, because I don't want to look at the account on stream. It makes me mad. But we did actually get a Kaya constellation, so he's C4 on that account now, so that's good. And we finally got that was yesterday on stream. We actually did get Dahlia, so that account at least has C0 Dahlia now. I can't think of anything else to note that when we pulled yesterday that we got off stream, just the Kaya. But it's still going. We're trying. We'll see what happens.
Only then can he break free from the corruption and control of the Abyss, and make that decision once more.
I see. I would say that planting thoughts inside the mind of a god sounds a little far-fetched, but since it was his own wish to begin with, it sounds feasible to me.
Wait, we already have a perfect solution? Then why are we even having this meeting? Let's go do this thing!
If only it were that simple. Unfortunately, this one thought alone is unlikely to be powerful enough to break through the Abyss's control and reach Andrias' heart. We need to find a way to make the thought within this sword stronger and more resilient.
For now, Boreas needs all his remaining strength to fight against the abyssal corruption to Mondstadt's ley lines. He can't afford to send us any more of his power. However, since his form was unstable during his journey with the first Knight of Boreas, many wolf spirit fragments were left behind along the way. If we can collect those fragments, we can use them to strengthen the decision to merge with the ley lines.
So we need to retrace his steps and look for random fragments? But they could be anywhere between Nodcry and Mondstadt. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
You don't need to worry about that. There's a few fragments left to gather in Nodcry, but apart from that, most of them are already inside this sword. I've been collecting them during the whole expedition.
Huh? Wait, really?
I mean, it's an expedition, not a stroll in the park. Each step of the way, we've been hard at work planning for every possible contingency. Not just the wild hunt in the Abyss, but ancient gods remaining in Nodcry.
Sounds like this plan was a long time in the making. It's almost as if you foresaw the future.
As a matter of fact, I did. I caught a glimpse of fate's reflection. But I can't take credit for it. It was all thanks to the help of a few friends. Still, all I foresaw was that an abyssal calamity was brewing in the north. Had I known more, we could have saved a lot of energy. Instead, we've had to make best guesses, prepare for every possible scenario. If all that preparation went to waste, all the better for it. But anything that proved useful, we knew we'd be grateful for down the line. Sure is. Just one crucial step remains. We need to gather the last few wolf spirit fragments scattered around Nodcry, and use them to make the thought within this sword as strong as it could possibly be. According to what Boreas told me before we left Mondstadt, his form was at its most unstable at the beginning of his journey. That means the fragments here should be the most powerful ones. But of course, we've been tied up fighting battles since the day we set foot in Nodcry. First with the Wild Hunt, then with the Doctor. So, it wasn't until recently that we were finally able to confirm the status of the wolf spirit fragments. We now know there are 3 left to find.
Okay, so 3 more mini expeditions to go.
I managed to gather 1 fragment before Roland reappeared. I also have a confirmed location for the second, which I'll take care of in short order. As for the 3rd fragment, we've identified a general search area to focus on, but we'll need all hands on deck to pinpoint the exact location. The final snag is that since our foe is a replica of Roland, he too will be aware of Andrias' history. He's sure to try and sabotage our plans by any means at his disposal. So everyone needs to bring their A game.
With our foe being from Mondstadt, it's our duty as Mondstadters to defeat him.
And since the Wild Hunt is involved, the Lightkeepers will provide their full support.
The Clink Clink Crumbcockcake Craft Shop will also help in any way we can.
So what do they need me here for? Wait, I think maybe I signed a contract at some point. Didn't exactly scrutinize it, though. I mean, who actually reads those things anyway, right?
Ah, great. Knew I could count on you all. Lastly, our friend from the Curatorium of Secrets will provide intel and relay battlefield communications. Looking at you, Yehoda.
So, you'll be darting back and forth across the battlefield, dodging the Wild Hunt and the shadow of an ancient god. I'm impressed by your courage, Miss Yehoda.
Lens, oh my god, you little shit.
Rating for Yehoda updated. Higher quality ingredients will be used to prepare your future meals.
Aww.
Darn it! I should have known this payday wouldn't come that easy.
I'll deal with the second wolf spirit fragment, which we already know the location of. The moment you make any progress with Fragment 3, be sure to give me an update. Traveler, could you join me in retrieving Fragment 2? I have a feeling that your unique constitution might come in handy. All right, time is of the essence. Let's move out, people. Dismissed!
Yes, sir.
Speaking of contingency plans, I now recall that Varka also made a contingency plan when he asked me to deliver that letter. Perhaps I should ask Aino to prepare some additional backup modules for me.
Remnant fragments of an ancient god. Thoughts stored inside a blade. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I suspect there is more to Mr. Varka's plan than what he's revealed to us so far.
Probably.
Then again, the enemy can harness the Wild Hunt to spy on us wherever we go. As our commander, I'm sure he has his reasons for choosing not to tell us everything.
Yehoda, you dummy! You took the stupid job of your own free will! Crying isn't gonna get you out of it!
Poor girl. Unfortunately, Durin and Albedo have already left.
Didn't you say Fragment 2 was supposed to be right here? Where the heck is it?
Seems like we've run into a slight hindrance. Can I leave this to you, Honorary Knight? traveler. Paimon, when this is all over, I'm gonna invite you around for a drink of...
Whoa, whoa! Stop thinking about Mondstadt's wine and get your head in the game! You can't be daydreaming about alcohol before a battle!
Huh? Well, all right, just trying to lift our spirits a little. You want to see some photos I took of me and the knights before the expedition, maybe?
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Can we please just focus on finding the wolf spirit fragment?
You're an asshole.
Is this what we're looking for? What do we do with it?
I once got Boreas to explain to me how he stores his soul inside objects. All I need to do is transfer it to my sword. Just like back at the camp, but this time, you'd best step back a bit, just in case.
So, you're saying you don't know how to love people, and you don't understand human love either.
Why do you laugh?
Sorry, I just think the fact you're ruminating on this is all the proof you need that you have love in your heart. I have a funny feeling that by the time this journey ends, you'll have found your own answer to the question of how to love.
No, you're wrong. There is no redemption at the end of this path. Even if I am stained black with blood, my conscience will remain as white as snow. If pledging allegiance to the Abyss is the only way to sever the injustice of fate, then I shall serve in its name.
You okay there, Varka? You told him to shut up. You have no right to be concerned.
Sure enough, this place has been corrupted by Roland's will. Whew. I'm fine. I was prepared for this. It wasn't enough to pose a serious threat. We got here just in time. The fragment hasn't been fully corrupted yet. Assuming we can undo the damage, it should still be usable. Purifying the abyssal corruption would definitely be a safe approach. But that's not the only reason I wanted you to come. Could you try reversing the corruption? Not purifying it, exactly, but separating out the Roland part from the wolf spirit.
That's something she's never tried.
Keep the Roland part intact as well as the wolf spirit part? Why would you want to do that?
Firstly, to test whether it's possible. And secondly, to view Roland's memories. As they say, know thyself, know thy enemy. Understanding our foe is our surest path to defeating him. Let me think. How is it explained to me? Ah, yes. Focus on a single thought within the 1,000 winds. Capture that unique wisp before it blows away.
I have no idea what that means.
Actually, neither do I.
What?
Sounds like something a certain tone-deaf bard would come up with when he can't think of anything meaningful to say. Wait, don't tell Paimon that's what actually happened.
I thought it might mean something to you. Never mind. I'll explain it in more human terms.
I thought you said you
Traveler,
didn't understand.
when you were in Natland, you went fishing for ancient names, correct? If I'm not mistaken, the Night Kingdom was like a river flowing with concepts, and you were trying to capture the concept belonging to a particular ancient name. I'm thinking the same basic principles should apply here.
Okay, but back then, we had a bow and a net. This time, we don't have anything at all.
This wolf spirit fragment is like a puddle compared to the Night Kingdom. No need for a boat. As for a net, this is what I've heard.
Thoughts and emotions are like interwoven threads. They can create a net, or they can create a rope. They can separate love from hatred, and they can bind objects and events together. Thought is the anchor for a being's existence, through which emotions are drawn forth.
Also, we barely know anything about Roland. How are we supposed to use thoughts to anchor him?
Well, maybe you could try this.
What is it? It looks old and tattered.
It's an unsent letter written by the wolf pup Rostam, Knight of Boreas, from 500 years ago. It was meant for his disciple, the White Knight Roland.
It's an excellent condition for being 500 years old.
After Rostam lost his life in the Abyssal Calamity, Roland left Mondstadt to wander Teyvat. Grandmaster Arundel had wanted to deliver this letter to him. But trying to track Roland down was like chasing a shadow. He never did find him. And so this letter has been sitting at the Knights of Favonius headquarters ever since.
Quite the antique, then. But how exactly is it supposed to anchor Roland?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure.
Hey! What happened to Mr. Plans for every contingency? You're just making this up as you go along!
What can I say? Some people like to wait till they've got all their ducks in a row before taking the first step, but I prefer to dive on in and plan as I go. I've been doing it that way for the whole expedition. But anyway, don't they say that poetry and letters were humanity's earliest means of expressing their thoughts? Can't hurt to give it a try, surely. Whoa, it actually worked?
You really are making this up as you go along!
So the assimilation of souls really can be reversed, just like he said.
If what you say is true, the monsters I've slain, the justice I have sought to uphold, for mortals to escape this tragic fate, there's only one path. A great and ancient kingdom was wrongfully cursed, turning its inhabitants into monsters. The code of chivalry tolerates not such injustice. If Abyss be thy name, I pledge to you my loyalty.
And that is where the blood-stained knight's tale came to an end. With that, he bade his humanity farewell. I dare say you must find it quite ironic, Knight of Boreas.
There's a Conrian eyeball.
That I? Dainsleif? No. Who bore a striking resemblance, but that wasn't him. While we gazed into the past, he was gazing right back at us. Could it be? So that's what happened. After leaving Mondstadt and wandering the land, Roland ventured underground and saw a revelation from the visionary. Once he had learned of Conria's fate, he saw the gods' judgment as the greatest injustice. So he surrendered himself to the Abyss, giving them his knowledge, his power, his everything. That's why the Abyss can replicate him.
Uh-oh! Does this mean we have to take on the Visionary this time?
I'm inclined to agree. If our enemy could see the future, both the Wild Hunt and Roland would be acting with far more lethal precision. But even without the Visionary's input, Roland still has an intel advantage we can't afford to underestimate. Every minion of the Wild Hunt serves as Roland's eyes and ears. We need to think one step ahead if we want to outmaneuver him. And on that note, I have a plan I want to discuss with you. Well, the fewer people who know, the less likely it is to get leaked. Besides, it wasn't a fully formed plan back then.
Varka explains his plan through white text on black screen.
That about covers it. Sorry to ask so much of you again. No plan is free of risks. At least this one actually gives us a shot at fully eliminating the danger posed by this ancient god. Surely that's got to make the risk worth taking. If I fail, Anselm and Albedo can take the reins. Not to mention we still have Jean and Mondstadt.
Oh, there has to be another way. Like a backup plan?
If only there were. But I don't think our enemy will give us enough time to find one.
Hey! Are you guys done here yet?
Ah, Yehoda! Yes, we've successfully retrieved the Wolf Spirit fragment here. Any progress with Fragment 3?
Nope. It's a total disaster. More Wild Hunt monsters than I've seen in my whole life. We need backup urgently. Come quick.
Come on, we're out of time. You'll just have to trust me on this one. What can I say? I'm not the Grand Master for nothing. I'm counting on you, Honorary Knight.
First of the Wild Hunt, final expedition is at hand. The next part of the story is work. Yes, it's recommended that you spare time for it. Okay, well, I was going to pause, go to the bathroom, and finish this out. The fact that we have that message, I guess we're finishing Varka's story tomorrow. So, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna force it. I'm going to stop. We'll finish Varka's story tomorrow. But as promised, we got some pulls for Flynn's. So let's see. I think I stopped after Columbina, right? Or Zabai, I mean. Yeah. So we're at 0 pity. There we go. Whoop. And we can skip the 4 stars, because all these 4 stars for me are C6. And 20. All right, and I need... How many do I need? I need 4. That's just the easier way to do it. So we'll do another 10 pull here. So I'll put us at 30 pity. No early. I'll take an off banner, Shinobu. Hell yeah. What's that put you at, girl? C5? Yeah. Excellent. I'm appreciative of that. All right, like I said, we'll continue finishing Varka's story tomorrow. I was not expecting the set time, substantial time aside if you want to finish this for the best experience. So we'll do that. We'll do our dailies, of course, and then we'll go ahead and finish that out. For HSR, we'll continue leveling stuff for Sparkle. We'll try to get our talents leveled, and then, like I said, I'll flip on the stuff from Bronya and Tribi over to her, just so how we can see how the team would act with Anaxa. So it should be fun. But anyway, I'll let you guys know what happens with Klee Quest as well. I'll keep you guys updated on that. But yeah, let's have some more fun with Genshin. We'll take a break from Lunar. We'll start farming for Flynn's. We'll at least see if we can hit a 50-50. This is pretty much kind of a dead patch. I didn't realize that Varka's quest wasn't going to give the big jump in Primos like doing the Archon quest would. It's very much that interlude that Eonson had. So that was unfortunate. That was my bad for not calculating that. But
we have the event starting tomorrow too. So we'll be able to get at least some primos for that. I still have some stuff I can explore and quests to do. Hopefully, we'll at least see something on the Flynn's banner. Will I continue pulling after getting a 50-50 loss? Yes, because uh I would like my C2, but if I have to use the guarantee on an upcoming character instead, that's okay. It'll be in a similar situation that happened with Arlecchino. So that's all for me today, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. So until then, take care, everyone.